Good morning. Yeah, I'm still waking up, okay? It's 8:35 and I'm here on this stream and I can't believe I made it. Especially y'all up all night. Why couldn't I go to sleep? I could not go to sleep last night, so I think I went to bed at 5 this morning. It's really terrible. I don't know why I couldn't go to sleep last night. But I'm here and we're gonna start this trial early. So I'm hoping today we get through all of day 7 and day 8. Good morning. And there's a lot of people in here early this morning. Good morning, Erica. Thank you for the text. And Too Pretty. I don't even know if I was up when y'all said. Well, Erica's text I was. Too Pretty, 6:30. I probably had just went to sleep. Good morning, Crystal Jackson. Hey, Miss Sheila. Yeah, I'm still on this full to counter thing. Not this morning. Maybe that's why I couldn't sleep. I don't know. Good morning, Lexi. Good morning, Val. Good morning, Kaylane. Hey, Alice. Good morning, Shay. Hey, Keisha. Hey, India. Hey, Summer. Y'all, my voice eventually come in. I think I only been up like 45, 50 minutes. So it'll come in. Good morning, Emmy. Hey, Megan. I'm trying to see what's in here. Hey, Crime. How you doing? Hey, Jackie. Hey, Krista. Hey, Kiana. Hey, Jan. Hey, Georgette. Good morning. Y'all know I'm not used to being up this early again. Good morning, Ashley. Hey, Becca. Hey, Gabrielle. Try to see who all else in here. Hey, Ash. Good morning. Good morning, Serena. Good morning, Brianna. Look, Brianna. Y'all might have to order some Starbucks this morning. That's crazy. Good morning, Monique. Hey, Sugar. And I want to make sure I let y'all know because I'm on here so early. It like probably about 9:30, about 9:30, 10, I have to take a break at 9:30 or 10, and I probably move around because I gotta make a smoothie while we on here. So y'all see me go off. That's why, girl. I can't believe Let me tell you, I can't believe I'm up. Ash, I could not go to sleep last night, y'all, and I'm gonna tell y'all what's so crazy. Of all nights, why would I have one of those like y'all know I told you about the dreams you wake up crying. Why would I have one last night? I could not go to sleep. So I had that at like 7:30 this morning and had to force myself to go back to sleep. It was just terrible. I'm like, I gotta be up and on this live at 8:30. One, I couldn't sleep. I woke up out of my sleep at 2 a.m. posting videos. I think I looked at my phone, it was 5:30. It was just all crazy, but I made it though. Are you just left, Gabrielle? Good morning, Shani. Good morning, Lizzie. Hey, Kiara. I'm here though, y'all. It's just like, it's just like when you were in your early 20s and you used to party all night and then wake up and go to work. I made it. I made it. But I am excited because we are on day 7. I don't know I should have gotten like a day by day witness list. That probably would have been good. But I did not do that. So we're always in for a surprise. I kind of like it that way too. I kind of like it that way too. But I do know, I will say, just being truthful, I do know what Brian Albert looks like. I went and Googled his picture. I do know what he looks like, and he does look like he does look mean, y'all. He looks mean. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Erica, you call me? Damn it. You don't have to feel bad. I wanted y'all to, but I probably just didn't hear it. Erin, I thought I texted you back. I'm talking about y'all. When I tell y'all, it was Erica did call me. 7:30 would have been perfect. My phone is always on silent, and it was on silent. He does he looks mean. He looks mean. Oh my, see, this is why my phone on silent. Okay, there we go. But yeah, he looks mean, just like real. I don't know. I don't know. He looks like an asshole. Crime said it best. He looks like an asshole. I do feel like that when I looked at him. Like, mm-mm. I didn't know. Good morning, Rita. Good morning. Y'all, it's been a minute since we've been up this early on the live. I'm gonna get some coffee and I'm gonna feel better, but I'm very proud of this. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up today. We're starting with 7. I feel like we're gonna get through quite a. Oh, wait a minute. Now. Oh, we're starting back with the officer from yesterday.
Just to ask you, was everyone able to follow my instructions and yes or not? Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no.
Every day.
Yesterday afternoon, Lieutenant. Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up on the screen. And Lieutenant, so we're about 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 58 seconds into this particular cruiser video. With respect to this video, if you could just run through where we are and what we're looking at here.
This is 1 Meadows Ave, Canton, Mass, John O'Keefe's residence.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this one. Now, Lieutenant Ray, while this is up on the screen, if I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29, 2022, correct? Play this one. Now, Lieutenant Ray.
Thank y'all. What I was saying was Lizzie said, who is that by the tree? It had already moved on. So I didn't see anyone by the tree, but I went back to see who it was. It is a person. It's one of those police officers from this cruiser, but we're going to see. The tail light just doesn't look like it's shattered in 47 pieces. I'll tell you that.
This is up on the screen. If I could ask you to, you've reviewed this video since this date of January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted in regard to the rear area of the vehicle in front of your cruiser.
This vehicle right here is Miss Reed's vehicle. I believe that vehicle there is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. And I didn't, although I didn't know it at the time, but I have since reviewed.
Move to strike.
So let me finish his, you didn't know it at the time, but you have since what?
I have since reviewed this video and I can tell that there is a.
Okay, the objections.
Because he about to go into something he doesn't need to.
Continue.
Now, during the course of...
No, we just got to ask the question differently.
During the course of your well-being check, where is it around the residence that you
We initially went up to one of the front doors. I believe it was the one on the right. And we rang the doorbell, knocked on the door, and we were seeing if we could raise anybody and get any response.
And during the time that you were you able to raise anybody and get any response?
No, sir.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if anything, did you learn as to the whereabouts of the children at the time that you were at the residence at 8:23, approximately 8?
After we left and we weren't able to raise anybody, shortly thereafter, we subsequently did find out that the children were staying with friends or family at this time.
And Lieutenant, if you know, approximately how long were you
Thank you for becoming a new member, Nikki. Thank you.
at the residence doing this well-being check?
5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just bring the video forward to about 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 30 seconds. can stop it there. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to that driveway area that was in front of your vehicle when you parked there, what, if anything, beyond sort of snow, ice, or things like that did you note within the driveway itself?
Within the driveway itself, I noticed there's two vehicles in the driveway.
Anything on the ground that you noted that didn't, anything on the ground beyond snow, did you know?
No, sir.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Y'all know what he's looking for. Was there anything on the ground beyond snow, i.e. the tail light? That's what he's at. Like, that's got to be what he's looking for. But if it was all this snow, if you can see the tail light at the Albert's house, you couldn't see it at this house either.
Sure.
Did y'all hear me just then? Because I think I was off mute.
Now, sir, with reference to the residents of One Meadows Ave, are you familiar with there being a security system or a ring video system at that residence?
Yes, there is a Ring camera system at that residence.
And subsequently to this date, have you seen that Ring video?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 6. If I could have video 159. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you. Now, Lieutenant Ray, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Recognize that to be the driveway of One Meadows Ave, and myself and Sergeant Lehan exiting our cruiser while in the driveway.
Time out. Ashley said, Mayor, did you see yesterday? Paige also struck the motion for Duke's items in hearing with Ashley. Yeah, I saw that. Like, give my friend his shit back. Please give him his stuff. So I hope that that's good news, and it's just great that he's on the path to get his stuff back, because they don't deserve to keep their things. They didn't find one damn dime in this RICO. Give those people their things back. These were people, especially Duke and Thug. These are people, Slime Life too, who had legitimate rap careers. Get those people their money back. Get them people their money back.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play it through from there.
Hey, Missy. Ashley probably wrote them about a thesis to get their hearing. No, there's no time stamp here. I think footage don't look like this. I don't know. Mine doesn't look like this. Hey, Miss Davis. How do you not have a time stamp?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video 160. If you could just pause it for just a moment. Now, again, what's up on the screen, Lieutenant, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That's me entering, exiting the front of the residence, walking towards the driveway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play it through.
Well, I know Karen had been there. We know Karen had been there earlier. So I would expect to see her footprints, Jen's, and Carrie's. So I would expect to see their footprints. So I get why we see them there. They're saying this video was edited, Erica. I don't know of a Ring camera that does not have a timestamp on it. Hey, Shalon, at least I don't remember mine looking like that. I think I could always see the time. I think I could. I feel like I could. I don't have a Ring right now, though. But I feel like I could.
Ms. Gilman, can I have exhibit 5? And from that, could I?
Well, Lizzie, I'm going to say this. If this is like any other officer tracking time, okay, at this time they went to this person's home. He wasn't successful. The kids were already with an adult. I don't know why they didn't verify that. Again, is this because it's some small town shit? Small town shit, maybe. But just showing the officer, because even without the Ring camera, he has his car camera footage, so we can match up the times. I don't get why this was there, but I'm actually kind of happy it was, though. We see Karen's car in the driveway. I don't have a great view of the tail light, but it definitely does not look like 47 pieces are there. But we do have to keep in mind it was snow on the ground, so it could have been under the car. It could have. But yeah.
Video number 18. If you could just pause it there. Lieutenant, you recognize what's picked up on the screen now?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's weird, Lizzie.
One of the front doors to Mr. O'Keefe's house, and I'm entering the frame on the left.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it.
It's definitely a ring. I get that, Lizzie, especially in court. I do get that. It's definitely a Ring camera. I just have never seen it without a timestamp, so I definitely agree. I've never seen it without a timestamp.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next video, 19. Pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Again, in addition to going to the front door and sort of in the driveway area, where, if anywhere, are you going in this video now?
It looks like I'm heading towards from this vantage point to the right, which if you're looking at the house from the front would be the left, to see if there's anything in plain view through the windows, if I could see anybody, any persons, any activity.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down, and Ms. Rock, if we could have if we could have the light back on. Thanks, sir. And Lieutenant Ray, just lastly, once you left the residence of 1 Meadows Ave, where did you go?
believe it went back to the police station.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Val really just made a great point. If we know that the family had already been notified, which we know it's a small town, if somebody from the 911 station left to go to the hospital, why would they go check on the kids? Again, remember, I don't know if I said this in the comments or what. The girl was 14. And I think we knew the son had been away at a sleepover, but he was like 10. She's 14 years old. She could stay home with the kids. And why not have a family member go over? Why would the police be trying to go there? So Val makes a good point. They could have just been going to go look at that car. I thought it was strange, but I said, maybe it's a small town thing. Maybe it's a small town thing because the girl is damn 14. She doesn't need you to go check on her, you know? Okay.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti?
The defense has no questions.
Okay. You are all set, sir.
Why don't you step over there? They're in case now we're hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I do. Thank you. Just need you to really speak loudly into that microphone. Thank you.
Since I didn't know he did.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Camarano, Camerano.
And where do you live, sir?
292 Mechanic Street in Canton.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, please, okay?
Sir, if you want that microphone to adjust,
Yeah, just want to be talking.
around to whatever's comfortable, okay? And how long have you lived in Canton?
18 years.
And that residence you live at, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife and 2 children,
And what's your wife's name?
Catherine,
And how old are your 2 children?
16 and 13.
And the 16-year-old, is that a boy or a girl?
Girl,
And your other child, is that a boy or a girl?
boy,
Now, your wife, how long have the 2 of you been married?
25 years.
And do you work, sir?
Yes.
What is it that you do for work?
Labor's union.
And does your wife work as well?
Correct.
And what does she do?
She's a nurse.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date, sir?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
Friday.
And following work, what did you do after work?
I went home, did some stuff with the kids.
And during the time that you were home, who, if anyone, did you speak with, either via phone, text?
I was talking to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to John O'Keefe, how did you know John O'Keefe?
I met John 7 years ago.
And how was it that the 2 of you met?
We met through mutual friends, and then our kids became very friendly.
And the mutual friends through whom you met, who were they?
The Robertses,
And what are their first names?
Kurt and Kerry.
And starting with Kurt Roberts, how do you know Kurt Roberts?
I grew up with Kurt.
Where did the 2 of you grow up?
Milton.
So you've known Kurt Roberts most of your life, is that correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that so you have 2 children. How many children did Mr. O'Keefe have?
2.
And those 2 children, as far as their ages and genders, what were they in relation to your 2 children?
Same.
So 16-year-old girl.
13-year-old son. Yes.
And were each of your 2 children friends with Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew?
Correct.
Now, as far as friends were concerned, starting with your children and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew, how close friends were they?
My daughter was extremely close.
And extremely close with John
Kaylee.
Niece Kaylee?
Yeah. Yeah.
And with reference to your son and John O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, what was sort of the nature of their relationship?
They were close also.
And as far as activities, what, if any, sort of activities did your kids do with Patrick and Kaylee?
Patrick and Michael played baseball together.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip. We get it. They're friends.
Kaylee
It's for friends.
and
How would you describe your relationship?
the friends.
And your residence versus, you're familiar with where, with them on that particular.
I can't believe he asked
They
about it.
both received acceptance letters to go to school.
And
Yeah, we
which
know
school
who
was
he
that?
is.
Bishop Fan?
That a private school?
Yes.
So at the time of this in January 28th, 2022, what grade was your daughter and Kaylee Furbush?
8th grade.
And so this would have been going into 9th grade or high school, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to
Right,
that
Lex.
at some point in the afternoon?
We were both excited. They both received acceptance letters, and we wanted to get the kids together.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm directing your attention.
Show counsel.
So I'm showing you the document.
Okay.
Just as far as specifically with reference to starting on page 188 of that document, if you could just look at that briefly and a couple of things.
So I'm going to instruct the jury on this. These are text messages, right? All right, so folks, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages is this witness and or John O'Keefe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the messages were sent or authored by Mr. Camarano or Mr. O'Keefe, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
May I approach this briefly again?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. Before I do that, Mr. Camarano, do you recognize what's depicted on that page that I just showed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Text messages.
And those text messages that you had back and forth with Mr. O'Keefe on that date of January 28th?
Correct.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit the full essentially elected to.
BG, don't come in here being messy. Good morning, BG.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's gonna take you about 12 minutes to wake up. I'm over here like, damn, I think I'm gonna order some coffee.
Text communication or conversation. On the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And as far as who are sort of listed as the participants in that conversation that comes to follow on the next page? Sorry, sir, just from page 187, from
My wife,
your wife and who, if anyone else?
John.
And your wife, John, and is your number there as well? Sorry, you have to.
Correct.
So essentially, that's a conversation between yourself, your wife, Catherine, and John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond sort of your memory of that, as far as the numbers that are associated with those names, do you recognize any of those numbers as being yours, your wife's, and John O'Keefe's?
No, there's just 3 numbers there.
Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip the page to the next one, 188. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may Ms. Gilman publish this to the jury as well?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to page 188. I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just, thank you. Read my mind. So, sir, what's up on the screen right now? Is that what you have before you as page 188 of exhibits? I think it's 48.
Yes,
What's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you?
correct.
Okay. And as far as from these conversations, there are blue bubbles and green bubbles. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you can tell from the content or from anything else on the page for you, who was communicating in the blue bubble and who was communicating in the green?
Katie, my wife?
From within.
Oh, no, I'm communicating. Sorry, excuse me.
So there's a from and a to, is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the sender would be in the from, is that your understanding?
Yes,
So this first one on the top of page 188, this is from you, is that correct?
correct.
What, if anything, did you say in this conversation?
Congrats. This is great news.
And what,
Can he let the what if anything go? We see a damn text message. Just tell the man to read what he said in the damn message. Like, this man he about to what if anything us to death. The man has a text message in front of him. Just say, what did you say?
what, if anything, are you referring to by that?
Oh,
Kaylee getting
God.
an acceptance letter.
It must be too early.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just scroll down. And the next bubble, who is that from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes, we did.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman. And again, from this bubble, who is this from and what does it say?
It's from John. Same news, I hope.
Is that still in reference to the news regarding theme?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Yeah. And again, sir, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
It's from me. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. The next green bubble, what, if anything, does that say? And who is it from?
From John. Sweet. Congrats, Madeline.
And that's your daughter's name?
Correct.
And if you could continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman.
It's probably like he just.
And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what is this?
It's from my wife. I'm so excited for these girls. Madeline doesn't know yet.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Yeah. And again, the next bubble, who is it from and what does it say?
From JJ.
And
Well, I told Kaylee already, so I'm sure she's texted her by now. Poor kid is probably a nervous wreck.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And the next bubble,
I know.
and who is that from?
It's from my wife, Kate.
And you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. And the next bubble, sir.
From me, I am sure she is freaking out.
If you could scroll down again, please. And the next bubble, sir, who's in front of, what does it say?
From John. No doubt.
And if you could scroll down again, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Now, sir, if I could, may I approach on just a,
Yes. Do we need the lights on?
I don't,
Mr. Camarano, are you able to see without these lights on?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
so, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to within the same exhibits, page 156. And so just before we get to that, on this particular day, January 28th, 2022, where was your wife that day?
I can't. Are y'all telling me this is the witness that did he and John go out? Because I could skip to that part. Why does Lally ask all these unnecessary questions? We don't need to know about his wife.
Did you go to work on the 28th?
She worked.
To that, as far as the weekends were concerned, or Friday evenings in particular, what, if any, sort of usual thing would you do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
I would usually go over the O'Keefe's house every Friday.
Every
With your children, is that correct?
Correct. With at least one of them, if not both of them.
Okay.
Or an indication as to a conversation starting on the next
I
page
hate
as
to
far as
skip
who,
him
if
like
anyone,
this
the
because y'all know
participants
I
are.
don't like skipping. But if he's not, oh wait a minute, we got some bar video here, y'all. Hold up. We got some bar video.
Before you hear this, it's a laser pointer. If you just press that button.
Okay. Okay.
And Ms. Camarano,
Okay.
using that laser pointer that
Add it to the
you
end.
now have with you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in this video you observe yourself and your daughter. And where.
I always knew that he was like watching.
And do you know how he was watching if he wasn't home?
Yes, on his phone.
So would that be sort of a running joke between the two of you?
Yes.
If I could ask you to play from about 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and we'll go through about 9 minutes.
Baby, these people out like it's not a
You
blizzard.
could pause it, you said.
Wow.
Now, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Mr. Camarano?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
C.F. McCarthy's.
And yourself and Mr. O'Keefe are not in frame at this time, is that correct?
No.
If you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where it was about in reference to the bar that you and Mr. O'Keefe eventually came to congregate that.
These seats here.
And from this video, from your time there that night or prior occasions, can you see sort of where the front door is to the establishment?
Yes.
Could you direct the jury's attention to where that is? And so what I'm going to ask in just a moment is for Ms. Gilman to press play, and then what I'd ask you to do is if you could just direct the jury's attention to when, if at all, you observe yourself and Mr. O'Keefe walking.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Okay, this is what I thought. I thought this was number one. Lexi, I'm sick of him.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. And just, I'm sorry, Mr. Camarano, you're directing with the laser pointer to the screen. If you could just describe what you're directing.
That is me. And that is John.
And thanks.
And that is John.
And thanks.
Well-
Ms. Gilman, if you could just, again, play this through the 9 minutes.
Hold on, y'all.
That is me, and that is John.
John really didn't have on the
And
clothes.
thanks.
Well-
Ms. Gilman, if you could just, again, play this
John
through
did
the
not
9
have on
minutes.
the clothes. T. Thank you for that. 13. This might be 13 or 14. I'm probably one off. I'm thinking. Oh, the man got out. This 14. Let me put this right beside me. Fold it in. This 14. John really, I just can't believe he out there with no coat on. Jackie. Hannah, his body shows that he was hit by a car.
You know what John was drinking that night?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for the two?
Okay.
From the group that you were with as far
Home.
and when you got home, well, let me ask you this first. And to get killed.
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before the garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Now, at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did not. Go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Fair to say that your focus was sort of on the garage door and the fact that it was open, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Maybe self-evident, but why was your focus on?
Because I figured John would go crazy when he came home and all the snow was in his garage.
Liz, I think we skipped through that
Now,
part.
at any point in time when you initially got the call from your wife, did you yourself reach out to John at any point?
I did
His
not.
garage, Hannah. Yeah, Jackie, this is crazy.
You know, if I may, I would just seek to publish just a few more videos from Exhibit 6, the driveway ring.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from those, first starting with video 155, and essentially it's going to go 155 through 158.
I thought I was skipping through a lot.
Correct.
Using the laser pointer before you, again, if you could just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Ms. Reed's vehicle.
he really would have been the best person to say, what did you observe? But you know he wasn't paying attention to her car.
Mr. Chairman, you can take that. And so, Mr. Camarano, what was just in those last 4 videos that were played before the jury, is that essentially the process that you were describing as far as yourself and Kaylee trying to get the garage door down?
Correct.
And so you leave from there and go back to your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And where does sort of you and Kaylee go once you get inside?
We go into the house. We're in the kitchen in my house, and my daughter. We get my daughter up.
And your daughter then sort of hangs out with Kaylee for a period of time?
Correct. They go downstairs and they're hanging out.
And at some point in time, how does Kaylee leave your house, or where does she go?
I take Kaylee home.
And why is it that you take Kaylee home? About what time is it, if you know?
I don't know what time. Paul had called me.
And by Paul, who do you mean by?
Paul O'Keefe, John's brother.
And he informed you that John had passed?
Yes.
So you took Kaylee to the house on Meadows Ave to be with the family, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
Mr. Camarano, just a few questions. You and your wife did spend a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple, correct?
Decent amount, yes.
Would you consider John one of your best friends?
A good friend.
In fact, you were close enough that your children spent a lot of time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed as a couple and their kids, correct?
Correct.
In fact, is it true that sometimes they would even vacation together with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Correct.
There was a trusting relationship that you had with both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to put your kids in their care.
Correct.
You mentioned this wonderful news about your kids, your daughter getting into this great school. I think it was called Bishop.
Bishop fan, yes.
An open house that you needed to take the kids to, correct?
Y'all
Yes.
know where the man
You
is.
took your daughter, right? Around. That was Mr. O'Keefe actually moving his car to facilitate Ms. Reed bringing her car over to his house to put it in the garage, correct?
Yes.
Kind of a chivalrous thing to do for your loved one.
Yes.
Didn't want her to be out in the snow if it was going to be a heavy snow, is that right?
Correct.
And the idea was that even that weekend, he intended that Miss Reed would likely be with him and the family for the entirety of the weekend during that blizzard.
Correct.
So she'd have a nice warm place and a dry place to put her car.
Yes.
You saw a video that Mr. Lally played for you of the moment. There's several videos, but I want to direct your attention, your memory, to the video of when Miss Reed actually made her way into McCarthy's.
Yes.
You have that scene in your mind?
Yes.
You saw in the video when Miss Reed actually walked into the location, how Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe greeted each other,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
Yes.
It appeared that that was quite an affectionate greeting. Did you agree?
I was about to say,
Objection.
why would
Do
they
you agree
object?
with that?
Why?
They kissed. Yeah.
Now here's my problem. Lally is objecting when we had to sit through you constantly asking every paramedic Karen's Demeter, what does she look like? Every person, but we can't ask at this point. Okay.
Would you consider a kiss affectionate?
Yes.
They hug each other, correct?
I don't recall.
Mr. O'Keefe put his right arm out and Miss Reed sort of nestled into his embrace,
Okay.
and that's when he kissed her?
Yes.
Okay. They seemed happy to see each other. is what I-
Yes.
You didn't observe while you were at CF McCarthy's with them, you didn't observe any arguing or bickering between the two of them?
No,
As a matter of fact, they were sort of the normal, affectionate, laughing, happy couple that you were used to seeing, correct?
yes,
There didn't seem to be any tension between them and CF McCarthy's, is that right?
not that I recall.
All right. I want to just ask a couple of more questions. During the span of time that you knew them to be together, would you describe their relationship as being normal and caring?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
I want to just draw your attention to the month before Mr. O'Keefe's passing. Would you describe their relationship to be normal as far as you knew it to be?
Yes,
And on the day before Mr. O'Keefe's passing, would you describe their interactions to be normal and caring and affectionate?
yes.
That's all I have here. Thank you.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
No redirect, John.
All right, Mr. Camarano, thank you very much. You're all set, sir. All right, jurors, why don't we take our morning recess? We'll take 15, 20 minutes.
Jurors, if you'd fold and close your notebooks, placing them on your chairs, taking your.
Here's the thing. I wondered if those videos had timestamps that those lawyers could verify. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in here. Well, I would think they wouldn't be in here. So I'm wondering if they saw the timestamps some kind of way. And that's why they're not making a fuss about them. So although we can't see it, maybe they were able to see it. And the timestamp on that one video, like I said, that part is irrelevant to me. And the bar timestamps, I'm sure they got the information. They're not just letting these people put stuff in here and we don't know where it came from. It has to be verified some kind of way. Oh my God.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Katherine Camarano, Camerano.
And where do you live?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Probably about since 2005, maybe 20 years. 2005, I think.
And who, if anyone, you live in Canton with?
My husband, Michael, and my 2 children.
And how old are you?
Right now, 13 and 16. And I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids.
General time, about how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Probably 3 days a week, I would say.
That's why I skipped, guys. We know that this
And
is
sort of typically when you would see him, would that be sort of a game or at your house?
Anything, drop off, pick up, his house, games, anything.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed were concerned with regard to you and your husband, what, if any, socialization did you have sort of outside of the kids?
Yeah, we went out to eat. We went to a comedy show. I would socialize with them.
About how often would you do that?
Well, the kids were around mostly, but maybe a few times. I feel like the kids were usually always around.
Now, at some point, did you become aware that your husband and Mr. O'Keefe had gone out that evening?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
I don't know. Either Michael told me or my daughter told me. One of them told me. I forget who.
Yeah, I
And
know.
Do you know where your husband went that night?
I don't remember if he told me exactly where he went.
And at some point, you're still at work, you're working an overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And the rest of your family, being your husband and the kids, they came home at some point?
They did.
And how do you know sort of when or how they came home?
I have an alarm on my house, so I know when somebody opens the door. I can check at work, and it alerts me if the door's open, if the alarm is on, off, who puts it on, who puts it off, what doors are open, when the alarm is rearmed, and if I usually don't allow sleepovers, and even if I did, my husband would have called me at work.
So fair to say there's a rule within your house that sleepovers don't happen unless you approve.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, I'm going to turn your attention now to the morning of the 29th. At some point, while you were at work, did you receive a call from someone?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called?
Karen.
And about what time was that?
Probably between 4 and 5.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you when she called you around 4 or 5 in the morning?
She was just screaming, "Where's Mike? Where's Mike?"
And was that a typical sort of situation that you would get a call from the defendant at that time?
No, not at all.
And the screaming that you heard, or the phraseology of "where's Mike," is that something she said once or more than once or something?
She just kept saying it. She just kept saying, "Where's Mike?"
And what, if anything, did you say in response to that?
I was just like, hold on, calm down. And as I was doing it, I was rechecking like the alarm. I said, he's home with the kids. Let me call him. And at some point I hung up. I called my husband, like, I don't know, probably it felt like 100 times.
Now, you're at work and when you get this call, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you recall sort of where you were, what you were doing when you got the call?
I was getting ready to draw like morning labs, so I knew it was between like 4 and 5 a.m. somewhere early
Or is
morning.
this sort of screaming as far as "where's Mike"? What, if anything, did the defendant indicate as to why she was asking?
John didn't come home.
And from your knowledge of John O'Keefe, was that something that was normal or no?
No.
Now, during this sort of initial call with the defendant, what, if anything, did you hear sort of in the background?
Lexi, he's annoying. He's annoying.
That first call,
I see it.
I don't think I heard anything in that.
Your memory exhausted as to that?
Yeah, I don't remember it.
May I approach you with this?
Yes.
Second paragraph on the page, if you could just read that.
I don't know if that was the,
Anything further, may I approach?
Yeah.
These the text messages.
Yes.
Don't go through her.
oh yeah, sorry.
Y'all, Lally is having her reading the
So
same.
Ms. Camarano, after reading what I just placed before you, is your memory refreshed as to what, if anything, you
Same text messages. That's wrong.
I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
I hate that y'all pointed it out to me. Because now
Nothing
that's
further
all
for
I
this
care.
witness.
All right,
What if
cross-examination?
Who, if anyone? What, if anywhere? Where, if anywhere, did you go?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. To Mr. Lally last point, after that series of text messages that you had early in the morning on January 29th, 2022, you said you didn't hear from Ms. Reed or didn't have any communication with her after that. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you reach out to her text message wise?
No.
Were you aware that her phone had been seized shortly thereafter from her?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Camarano. Oh, there's nothing else, Mr. Lally, right? All right, Ms. Camarano, you're all set.
Y'all, don't you just love how Bev can feel if Lally wants to question the witness again? She'll sometimes say, "You have a few questions, don't you, Mr. Lally?" She'll say stuff like that. Just like right here, she said, "You don't have anything else, do you?" Like, I love that she will do stuff like, "How do you know, girl?" Okay, y'all, let's see who this next person is.
And
Canton, Mass.
how long have you lived in Canada?
About 12 years.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kurt Roberts, Roberts.
Ooh, okay.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
About 12 years now.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
I live with my wife and 2 children.
And your wife, what is your wife's name?
Kerry.
And how long have the two of you been married?
We've been married 15 years.
And you mentioned you have 2 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And how old are your kids?
My daughter is 14 and my son is 12.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
About how long have you been doing it?
26 years.
And your wife, Carrie, does she work as well?
She does.
And what does she do?
She's a executive assistant.
And do you know about how long she's been doing
I
it?
think about 18 years.
And if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And to recall anything about what you were doing, do you recall what day of the week it was?
I know it was a Friday night.
And earlier in the day, do you recall anything specific about what you were doing that day?
Gee, no, I don't. Nothing stands out.
And at some point in time in the evening, where were you initially?
Excuse me?
So at some point in time in the evening, were you at home?
Yes, I was at home.
And while you were at home, who, if anyone, reached out?
Michael Camarano and John O'Keefe.
And starting with Michael Camarano, how do you know?
I grew up with him since 6th grade. We're both from the same town, Milton.
So the two of you grew up in Milton together. You've known him essentially since then.
Yes,
How would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. Camarano?
we're friends.
And does Mr. Camarano, does he have any children around the age of your 2 children?
Yes, he is. I believe a 16-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son.
And his son and your son, do they do any sort of activities together?
They did. They played baseball together.
Now, you mentioned John O'Keefe as well, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know John O'Keefe?
When his sister and brother-in-law had passed, he had moved into the house that they lived in my neighborhood. And my wife knew him previously and introduced me in.
And the house that he moved into with regard to where his sister and brother-in-law lived, where was that in relation to where you lived?
An eighth of, like, not far, very easily walking distance, maybe not far.
And the house that Mr. O'Keefe moved into, who, if anyone, did he initially live there with when he moved?
He moved in there with the two, his niece and nephew.
Can we just agree at this point that Boston men, or Boston, maybe Boston in general, Canton, they just like to smack because he is going to town right now.
So his niece and nephew from the couple that had passed.
Yes,
And you had a niece named Kaylee, is that correct?
yes,
A nephew named Patrick.
yes.
And with respect to his nephew Patrick, how old was he in relation to your son and Mr. Camarano's?
Same age,
And as far as the activities,
Same.
baseball and stuff,
same baseball team. Yep.
so all 3 of the kids, played baseball together for several years.
Yes,
Now, at some point, did Mr. O'Keefe move away from that house that was?
he did. He did. He moved to One Meadows.
And sort of from your house, where was that in relation to your house?
Probably 2 or 3 miles. It's a lot further away.
A lot further away, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what year it was that the kids moved over to Meadows?
Oh, maybe 2000. 19 maybe? I'm not sure of that.
Now, at some point, over the course of through your knowing Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know someone by the name of Karen? And when was it in relation to January 28th, 2022? About how long before that was it that you met Karen?
Probably maybe a year or two.
About a year or two before?
Yes, I don't have I don't recall exactly.
Do you recall when it was that you first met?
I think she might have came to my house, maybe with John. Okay.
Now, as far as, what if anything did you know as far as the relationship between Miss Reed and Miss Rose?
I don't understand.
Who was Miss Reed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, girlfriend. Sorry.
That's okay. Nothing is your fault. It's entirely my question. Okay. So, with respect, and just so we're clear as far as what we're talking about, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you could just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's seated right there.
And again, just as a record reflect identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Thank you. Now, as far as their relationship, that, and by they, I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
And sort of vice versa, as far as your relationship with your wife, is that something that you talked to Mr. O'Keefe about?
No.
Now, with regard to that particular evening, January 28th, 2022, you mentioned at some point Mr. Camarano and or Mr. O'Keefe reached out to you.
They did.
And what was that, in regard to, what was that conversation?
They reached out. They were at McCarthy's, the bar in Canton Center. And they wanted me to come up. And I was saying, I wanted to stay in because there was a storm coming. And then he called me a pussy. And I can't let that happen. So I had to go.
Fair enough.
So I had to go up there. And
Do you recall who it was that called you that?
it was Nicole Camarano.
Let the record reflect. Okay. You receive that text and you go to C.F. McCarthy's, is that right?
That's right.
And you mentioned that's in Camden Center.
Yes.
About how far a drive is that from your house to C.F. McCarthy's?
2.5, maybe 3 miles at best.
And do you recall about what time it was that you received that now infamous text and you go make your way to C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes, it was about 20 past 8.
Is that a place that you had been to before?
Very not often, but I have been there before.
When you arrive to C.F. McCarthy's, who, if anyone, that you know is sort of there when you get there?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camarano.
And if you could, for the jury, just describe sort of what you know of sort of the inside of C.F. McCarthy's as far as you walk in the door and what is and where in relation to the bar and the tables and what you described were Mr. Camarano, was that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize who that person is?
At the time, I didn't know. He doesn't look the same in this picture right now, but I believe it's Sully.
And that's someone at this time on January 28th, you didn't know who that was?
No, I did not.
You now do?
I do now, yes.
Okay. Who do you know to be in relation to sort of yourself, Mr. Camarano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I know his son plays baseball on my son's baseball team. And I met him that night. We were talking.
This would have been the first time that you had met this person you now know as Sully?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with reference to this evening, at some point, who, if anyone else, sort of came into the bar and joined you?
Karen Reed.
And that was sometime after you had initially arrived, is that correct?
I believe so, yes. It was after I had already been there, I believe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could, from the same exhibit, but going to the fourth video down. And if I could ask you to bring it up to 22 minutes and 20 seconds. If you could pause. Now, as far as Ms. Reed, you see Ms. Reed in this video?
Yes, I do.
And if you could just using that laser pointer direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed.
Right there.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you were, fair to say, a little reluctant to come out that evening, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as timing, about how long was it that you stayed at CF McCarthy's before you left?
It's a good hour. 1 hour.
An hour or so?
So I was home by about 10:15. I was home.
And if you recall, about how many beers did you have while you were there?
Probably 3 or 4.
And what you were drinking, was that, as far as amount was concerned, was that the same, less, more so than sort of the other people that you were with?
Probably one more. I would think. I kind of drank them kind of fast because I was taking off.
You may have lapped them by a round or something.
Sure. Yes.
Now, you mentioned what you and Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camarano were drinking. What, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed to be drinking at that?
It was a clear glass with probably a lime in it. I'm assuming a vodka tonic, maybe. I'm not positive what it was, but it was a clear glass with.
Okay. And from your prior sort of interactions or socialization with Ms. Reed, is that something that she would typically drink?
Yes, I guess I would say.
Sharon, it does look like
And
a small bar.
about what time was it again that you left?
I think I left about 10 o'clock. It took me a few minutes to get home. So,
And with regard to when you left, did you sort of announce that to anybody, or how did you?
I usually don't, because then I'll have to deal with it again. But when we walked out, me and Michael Camarano, I believe, about the same time. I might have been a minute or two before him. That's all.
Thank you for sharing, Lizzie.
So you sort of exit and leave, and then at some point in time, around the time that you left, Mr. Camarano left as well.
That's right.
And Ms. Gilman, from what's up here is Exhibit 50, if I could ask you to just play from this point, so about 22 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, but these people like to drink, okay? Baby T. Lynn, St. Patrick's Day probably goes crazy at this bar. Lexi said they don't drink, they drink. Yes. They said, oh, God forbid.
And thanks.
Drinks in 3 hours?
You can take that.
Crazy.
But you're a good bond, correct?
I mean, that's
I
the
believe so, yes.
So fair to say that was about the time that you left. And with regard to during the time that you were at McCarthy's with this group, including yourself, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camarano, and Ms. Reed, how would you describe sort of the general tone or demeanor of the group while you were there?
Everything very, very normal. Just a few friends out having some drinks. Nothing that stands out.
No arguing, no anything?
No.
And as far as the clothing that I asked you about with regard to what Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, when you were there that night, did you notice anything as far as tears in the clothing or any dishevelment or anything like that?
No, I didn't notice anything.
And when you were there and you were talking to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything about him did you note as far as his face or anything else that you could see?
Nothing, no.
Now, once you left, where did you go?
I went home.
And do you recall when you got home, I think you've already said it, but about what time was it that you got?
But I think 10:15 would be my best guess.
When you got home, who, if anyone else from your house, from your family, was there?
I believe my wife and kids were there. They're up in bed, but they weren't downstairs. So.
And at some point, did you go to bed that evening?
I did.
And about what time was that?
Probably I saw the snow start coming down. Probably 11:30, 12, maybe midnight.
And about the time you mentioned that you had been aware that there was a storm coming, correct?
Yes.
About the time that you went to bed around midnight or so, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you look outside or see anything?
It was snowing. So
And in relation to that, what, if anything, could you hear while you were in the house, sort of making your way to bed?
The wind was
Here they go
hitting
with
the
this
windows. You just,
That wakes you up.
what is that? It wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that? On my wife's phone was yelling, like screaming, frantic. It wasn't, and that woke me up. So I asked, what is that?
And initially, did you recognize that voice on your wife's phone?
I didn't recognize it, but I just couldn't make out the words. But it was just a screaming.
And could you hear anything as far, you couldn't make out the words?
I couldn't make out no.
And at some point, did you recognize that voice or come to find out who was on the other end of the phone?
Yes, I did. It was Karen Reed.
And about what time of the morning was that?
I see 5 o'clock would be a good guess.
And as far as you wake up, you hear the screaming, what happened?
My wife gets up. She starts getting crazy and then putting her clothes on and running out. I'm telling her not to go because the weather was pretty bad at that point. And of course she goes.
You didn't drive.
So she doesn't listen to you and she continues to get dressed and go?
Yes.
And when you say the weather was pretty bad at that point, can you expound upon that as far as what you
said? It was snowing. It was very windy. It was snowing heavy.
And your wife, Carrie, did she say where she was going?
She said, John's missing. And I got to go. I don't know exactly what she said, where she was going.
And from the time that you initially sort of wake up around 5 a.m. or so to the screaming on the phone to the time that your wife, Ms. Roberts, leaves your house, how much time had elapsed between those two things?
By the time I woke up until she left, I'd say 15 minutes.
And when your wife leaves the house and she's driving, is that correct?
She was.
And do you recall which car she took?
She took her car, Ford Explorer.
That's an SUV, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what color the Ford Explorer was?
It's gray.
Okay, so she went over
Now,
to, okay.
After she leaves, when is the next time that you spoke to your wife?
She called me on the phone. I forget. I can't really recall exact times now. They tell me that they found John. He's in the ambulance. They bring him to the hospital. And she was going to get Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe.
And by Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, who did you understand that?
John's parents.
And did you know John's parents?
Lizard. So I was like, okay, Kurt and John don't really seem like they are the friends. More so they have a mutual friend, so they might all hang out. I'm not really worried about you not leaving to get your friend. I'm more concerned on why you let your friend leave in that damn blizzard. I mean, your wife. You didn't want to drive the lady? He didn't let her drive out there, or maybe she used to the blizzard weather. I'm more concerned about you letting your wife out their house than anything.
I did.
Did you know where they lived?
I did.
And where did they live?
In Braintree.
So your wife calls you, tells you Mr. O'Keefe's in the ambulance and she's going to Braintree to get his parents.
That's right.
And After you heard that, what is it that you did next?
I believe I snowblowed the driveway, got it ready because I knew she's going to come home in a mood.
Clear your driveway.
So she could, yes, because it was, yes.
Now,
Mhm.
when you go out to clear the driveway at the time that your wife calls you, about how much snow was in the driveway at that point?
I'd say there was drifts of at least a foot or so. It was pretty good. It was a lot.
One.
Tough to get the car in.
Mm.
And if you know about what time was it that your wife returned home at?
8 o'clock? I don't know exact time.
And when you say 8 o'clock, you mean 8 o'clock in the morning or night?
AM.
8 a.m. So I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think his kid is about 13 too, Jaleesa. The oldest. 13, 14, or below.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Roberts, you and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
That night that you went out to CF McCarthy's, where you were sort of pressured or
Yep.
goaded into going out, you did get a chance to observe John O'Keefe at the bar, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you ever see him wearing a puffy jacket?
Never.
Did you ever see a puffy jacket around his chair that he was sitting in?
Not that I recall, no.
Ever see him holding a puffy jacket?
No.
Now, you noticed on the video, one of the last videos that Mr. Lally played for you, that prior to your making the Irish exit there, you did have some interaction with Karen Reed, correct?
I believe so at the end.
You saw that the two of you were at one point face to face.
I did for a brief.
Yes, it was, maybe 10 or 20 seconds.
Okay,
Does that sound fair?
it does.
And when you were face to face, you were looking at her and she was looking at you, correct?
Yes.
And there was some type of interchange between the two of you.
Maybe I was just saying bye. I don't recall. I don't
You
know.
probably don't remember the specifics of
No, I don't.
what the conversation was, but there appeared to be some type of small conversation.
I saw her from the video, yes.
And while you were speaking to her, you had no indication that she was slurring her words in any way, correct?
I didn't think so, no.
No. Her eyes didn't appear to be bloodshot and glassy, correct?
Correct.
She wasn't swaying or stumbling in any way, correct?
Correct.
She didn't appear to be confused in her thinking or her speech.
She did not.
She appeared to be normal, correct?
Yes.
There was nothing about her demeanor or her interaction with you that would lead you to believe that she was under the influence of alcohol at that time.
No, not.
And during the time that you spent with them at the bar, you didn't see any evidence of any problems between Karen and John O'Keefe?
I did not.
No arguments or bickering or anything like that?
No.
Neither one of them was complaining about the other, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to see any of the affection between the two of them, either physically or with regard to what they were saying?
I didn't see any.
So it seems like you were more concentrated on.
I was talking with the guy.
We're talking with Mike at the bar. Okay. But you had known Karen, or at least known of her, and had some interactions with her for, I believe your testimony was about a year or two.
Yes.
During that time, there was some interaction with Karen at your house because there were pickups and drop-offs that had to be made.
Yes.
And you would see that, Karen had been to your house when you were there, specifically to pick up your son, correct?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
I don't recall. I don't think.
Times?
Maybe. Actually,
And she would pick him up to either take him to school or sports or some activity,
I
correct?
believe it was normally like the baseball, maybe. I believe. I don't know. I don't arrange that stuff. My wife takes care of that, so I don't arrange for the pickups, and it's usually my wife does that. So I can't tell you exactly what it was for.
No, I understand. I'm just getting the fact that you were present when these pickups occurred.
Yes.
And that would be because Karen was sort of shuttling, either Kaylee or Patrick to events, correct?
Correct.
And when there was an intersection specifically with regard to Patrick and your son, she would take both of them, correct?
Yes.
And from your observations of Karen Reed during that 1 or 2 years that you would come into contact with her, the contact you had was mainly surrounding what happened with the kids, correct?
Yeah, I would say mainly.
And she appeared to be responsible, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Sure. She appeared to be caring toward the kids, did she not?
Objection.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, what I was going to do, I can just leave it on, but instead of having dead air, I said, well, they could come up if people want to discuss. I have a spoiler. It was, if anybody wanted to come up, now if somebody says no, then I'm just going to go and then come back. But if you wanted to come up and you guys want to just have a little panel while I'm gone, I'm not leaving. I'm just taking the dogs downstairs. So it'll be like maybe 7 minutes. But if you guys are interested and wanted to, I wanted to do it before I leave because it's almost 10. I normally take them out about 9:32. You guys can go ahead and click the link and I can go ahead and bring you up. You don't have to have your cameras on. So that's important to know too. You don't have to have your cameras on. But if you guys just wanted to come up and talk amongst yourselves, you can do so while I go take the dogs out. The police do a lot of drinking and driving that I've learned in this area. I just think this is a town that likes to drink. Everybody's drinking. Anytime you're out. Good morning, Mikhail. Mikhail, it's April. It's April. Mikhail, did your wife make it here? Hannah said we're heavy drinkers up here. Hannah, I can't keep up because somebody said Karen had 6 drinks in 3 hours. I could never. Listen, I took a bartending test when I first moved to Georgia, and I learned that your liver, I think you said your liver can only hold 1 ounce of liquor an hour. So I try to stick to that. She said, I hear my voice. Okay, if y'all not going to come up then, I'm going to go ahead and go take them, and you can just check. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to pause him then. And you guys can check. Yes, she been here. I've been to jail. What? Mikhail, I'm going to go take my break, and we got to come back and talk about it. Mikhail said she been here. I've been to jail and everything since then. Like, what the hell? What? Oh, y'all think cool? Y'all want to just let it play? Okay, I'll be back. You know what? I'm gonna let it play because I can watch it on my phone. So I'll be back. I'll be chatting I'll be in the chat, y'all.
Just one question for you, just to sort of alter the last question that I asked you. From your read on this, it appeared to you as though Karen was caring for the kids and caring about them, correct?
Correct.
Nothing.
Okay, any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, just one question, sir. As far as your observations of Miss Reed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, in regard to the children, that was what you observed, correct?
That's right.
And so as far as what, if anything, went on behind closed doors or in their relationship, you weren't really privy to that?
I was not.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Miss Rebecca Traers to the stand.
Excuse me, sir. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case hearing here, truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? And just keep your voice up, please.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and just spell your last name for the jury?
Rebecca Traers, Trayers.
Ms. Traers, what do you do for work?
I am a bartender.
And where is it that you work as bar?
Waterfall Bar and Grill
Where is that located?
in Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you worked there in that capacity?
About 7 years.
And in relation to where in Canton, Massachusetts is Waterfall located?
In the center.
And is there a typical sort of shift or nights that you would work in regard to working at the Waterfall?
At the moment, it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights.
And when you work sort of the nights, what time is it sort of that you start and what time is it that you typically shift?
The shift starts at 5 and we are by volume. So it's once like people start leaving, generally around 10 to 11.
And sort of what is the latest that, based on volume, if people are sort of hanging around in the bar, when would you sort of, last call, turn the lights on?
12:45 is the latest that we could do last call.
Now, during the shifts that you work, about how many people, or like what does sort of the staff look like in regard to sort of your evening shift?
For upstairs, there's typically like 2 of us with a couple of food runners.
And with regard to entertainment, does the Waterfall have certain nights of entertainment, sort of live entertainment with them?
Fridays and Saturdays.
And what kind of entertainment would be there on a Friday or Saturday?
Bands.
Is that sort of the same bands over and over, or is it sort of different bands as it goes?
They rotate throughout months.
Now, were you working at the Waterfall in that capacity around on January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And let me ask you, stepping back for a second, just more general questions. What time does the Waterfall typically open?
Open like 11 a.m.
So basically 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. or based on volume when you close?
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with respect to the Waterfall, if you could just sort of describe, I know it's located in the Canton Center area, but what kind of building is it? What, if anything, else is sort of around it?
It's in a condo unit.
So in a condo sort of complex?
Yeah.
Is there a parking lot associated with both the complex and with the Waterfall?
Yes.
And as far as entrances and exits, how many of those each are there?
4.
And what is sort of the typical entrance that people would come?
There's typically 2, one in the front and then one on the back by the patio.
And so the one by the front where is that in relation to the parking lot?
It's
right outside the parking lot.
And so if I walk into that front door over by the parking lot and come in, can you describe for the jury sort of the layout or like sort of how many tables, what kind of tables that you observed there?
When you initially walk in, you walk into like the lounge area. There's about 7 or 8 high tops and then probably 4 or 5 low tops. And then right beyond that is the bar area, which leads into the patio. And we have 2 back rooms also, but those aren't typically used.
And as far as high tops and the low tops, starting with the low tops, about how many chairs would typically be around the low top table?
4.
And as far as high tops, how many chairs?
6 and 2. We have both.
Now, is there, in addition to being a bar, is it also sort of a restaurant you serve food?
Mm-hmm.
Is there sort of how is that staffed as far as the kitchen staff is?
In the kitchen, there's typically 2 cooks at a time. It's downstairs.
And maybe pretty well understood, but just as far as your duties and sort of responsibilities as a bartender, what is it that you?
I serve drinks and take food orders.
Now, are there people, do you have sort of regular customers that come in on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
With respect to the bar, is that sort of a full service bar?
What would full service be?
Full question. Let me rephrase. So you have beer and wine, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there sort of mixed drinks and cocktails and things of that nature as well?
Yes.
Now, when it comes to the glassware that the waterfall has, where does that typically, where does that come from?
Like, where do we buy it? Is that what you're asking? Typically a restaurant depot.
And is there like a certain type of, well, let me start back. So if you're getting something that's either a draft beer or wine cocktail, does the type of drink that you're ordering have any reflection in the type of glass you would receive?
For the most part, yes.
And as far as if you're, let's say, getting a non-alcoholic drink, how would that typically be served?
In a pint glass.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
A pint glass.
Thank you.
And if you were getting a mixed drink or a cocktail, how would that typically, what kind of glass would that typically be served?
In like a shorter one.
And the shorter sort of cocktail glass, as far as the weight of that, would that be heavier or less heavy than the pint glass?
The same.
And as far as the sort of thickness of that cocktail glass, would it be thicker at the bottom or thicker at the top or something?
We have different short glasses, but the bottoms are typically heavier in glasses.
Now, on that particular evening of January 28, 2022, do you recall whether or not there was any sort of musical entertainment in the bar that night?
There was a band.
And do you recall the name of the band or what kind of music they played?
No.
But it was a live band, is that correct?
Yep.
And when a live band is performing at the waterfall, where is it in regard to the layout that you were describing that band would typically set up?
When you walk into the building, it's left of the high tops. There's like a small alcove. We move tables for them.
And once the band is done, what, if anything, do you do with that space once the band clears out?
We put the tables back.
Now, with respect to the waterfall, are you familiar with whether or not there's any sort of security or camera recording in there?
There's cameras.
And as far as the cameras are concerned, you know sort of where they're situated in relation to the bar?
For the most part, yes.
And fair to say there's at least some interior cameras and some exterior, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to this specific evening of January 28, 2022,
Have you had occasion to see some of that video from that particular evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, a copy of the surveillance video from the waterfall.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court permission, I would ask to publish just certain small portions of that at this time.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for just the first video with the label as far as channel 1. If you could just pause right there. Now, Ms. Travis, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize generally what that is?
Yes.
And what are we looking at?
Waterfall parking lot.
And so this is the parking lot that you were referring to as sort of the front door that leads out to the parking lot for both the condo place and football.
Yes.
And the video, as far as you're aware, is date and time stamped, and those dates and times are accurate, correct?
The
If you
date,
know.
yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from channel 3, the first video associated with channel. And if you could just pause there. So Ms. Travis, before you, I think on that desk should be a laser pointer.
Mhm.
So basically all you need to do with that is just click the button on top and then point it at the screen if and when I ask or anybody asks. Okay? So again, what's up on the screen right now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The lounge area of Waterfall.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention first to that area that you were speaking about where a band would normally perform.
Let's find it right here.
And that's where the band was that night.
Yes.
And the high tops and low tops, if you could, direct the jury's attention to where those would be located.
So these are the 6 people ones, the 2 people, and then low tops.
And as far as the bar area, where you would be situated within the establishment when you're working as a bartender, whereabouts, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that.
All the way back here.
And sort of immediately adjacent or right in front of sort of where the bar area is, what kind of table or what, if anything, is closest to the bar?
High top.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to take that one down. If you could, please go to the 6th video listed down for channel 3. And if you could pause there for a second. I was directing your attention up to the video for the, up to the screen for the video that's now up there. You recognize this to be the waterfall as well?
Yes.
The timestamp on it says 1:29/12:01. Is that the AM? Is that correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that or what, if any, difference do you know sort of about the lighting in this video versus the one from earlier around 10:30 p.m.?
This one's brighter.
And why is it?
We are getting ready to close.
So you would have turned the lights on at that point?
Yes.
And as you're closing, what are some of the sort of final things that you're doing as you're sort of closing up shop?
Cleaning up.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to push this forward to about 15 minutes and 45 seconds.
And Ms. Traers, from the date and time stamp up there, about what time is this? Does it say on the screen?
12:16 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this from this point till about 16 minutes and 8 seconds. We could pause there just a moment. The individual sort of walking from the top of the screen down towards the bottom, towards that front door area, is that where the front door is?
Yes.
And if, again, if you could, just for the jury, just use them as a point of direct their attention on where that front door is.
Right here.
You recognize who that person was?
Yep.
Who was
Yes.
that?
That's me.
You were basically taking the trash, correct? Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through to that 16-year-old. Thank you. You can stop it there and you can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Now, from that evening of January 28th, 2022, I'm going to ask just a couple of people's names and then ask if you know them or recognize them as far as sort of people that you've seen in that establishment before. Okay? First, with respect to John O'Keefe.
I know of him.
And was he someone that you had seen in the waterfall before when you were working there?
A couple times.
Did you know him specifically by name, or did you just sort of know him as a familiar face?
First name.
And what is it typically that, you know, as a bartender, what is it typically that he would sort of order or get when he was?
I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
And really, I'm just asking as far as beer versus cocktail versus whatever else, if you know.
I'd say beer.
And do you recall seeing him in the waterfall on January 28th?
Yes.
And could you describe what, if any, interaction you had with him or when about that was in the evening?
He came up to order a beer.
And at the end of the night, there was one group that was sort of the last group to leave, is that correct?
Yes.
And where were they sort of situated in the bar?
The high top, yeah, in the lounge, closest to the bar.
And what, if any, association did you see with Mr. O'Keefe with regard to that group?
I believe he was standing with them.
Could you keep your voice up, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
And ma'am, if you want, so that microphone, you can move anywhere, so whatever is most comfortable. Thank you. Now, were you familiar with anybody as far as a female party that would accompany Mr. O'Keefe to the waterfall on that or prior occasions?
No.
And had you seen Mr. O'Keefe in there with or without any sort of female companionship?
Previously?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not true.
Mhm.
Now, with regard to Christopher Albert, did you know him?
I know of him.
And you're familiar with him as far as someone who came into the waterfall on occasion?
On occasion, yes.
About how often would he be in?
Once every few months.
And do you recall him on the evening of January 28th?
I actually don't remember.
And anybody, as far as anybody else from the Albert family, as far as Brian Albert, were you familiar with him?
I know of them.
And do you recall him being there on January 28th?
Yes.
And where was he in relation to the group that was at the high top table closest to the bar?
Same area.
And who, if anyone else from that group, did you recognize or did you know on that evening?
The only people I would have recognized would be Brian Higgins and Brian Albert's wife.
And do you even know what Brian Albert's wife's name is?
I forget.
And Mr. Hicks, is that someone that you had seen in there on prior occasions?
On occasion, yes.
And as far as Mr. Brian Albert, is that someone that you had seen there on prior occasions as well?
Same on occasion.
And have you seen Mr. Higgins and Mr. Brian Albert there together on prior occasions as well?
Yes.
I may have just one moment.
Okay.
Evening of January 28th, do you recall troopers from the state police coming to the waterfall, speaking with you and speaking with the owner of the waterfall?
I spoke with them, not at Waterfall.
And are you at least aware that they received from the establishment not only the video, but some receipts from that evening as well?
Yes.
And have you seen those receipts on some prior date?
One.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
1/28/22.
As Mr. O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Christopher Albert, any of those parties that you knew them sort of exclusively through your work at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
We've never met, correct?
No.
You had been a bartender at the waterfall for how many years?
About 7.
And that was prior to January of 2022, or you've now been there for 7 years as of today?
As of today.
As of today. Prior to being a bartender at the waterfall, did you have another bartending job somewhere else?
Yes.
Where was that?
I've worked at a couple places.
In what towns or cities?
A couple in Canton.
And the couple in Canton, was that immediately prior to moving to the waterfall?
Yes.
All right. And we don't have to get into the names of them, but how many years were you a bartender in Canton prior to going to the waterfall?
Prior to the waterfall, about 4.
Okay. So for about the last 11 years, you've been a bartender at one establishment or another in the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
Are you from Canton?
I am.
Did you grow up in Canton?
Yes.
And you no longer live in Canton?
I recently moved back.
Now you're back to Canton. I got you. Okay. And you had, I believe, testified on direct examination that you either know or know of the Albert family.
Correct.
You would agree with me that they are a well-known family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do I answer that?
Yes, you can answer. You can answer.
So you can.
I would say yes.
Okay. And how many members of the Albert family do you know, either personally or professionally? And by professionally, I mean, obviously, you're a bartender, and personally means that you know them in some other way.
It would only be professionally,
Okay.
and I'd say 3 or the whole family of the Alberts. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
5 of them.
Okay. And if I asked you the names of the Albert family that you know, would you be able to tell this jury?
Yes.
If you would do that, please.
There's Brian Alberts, Chris Alberts, I can't remember their wives' names.
Okay.
at the moment.
You know their wives
Yeah.
by face?
Yeah. And then Brian's daughter, Caitlin.
Okay. And specifically with regard to Caitlin Albert, can you tell us, is there a difference in age between the two of you? Is she closer to your age than the others?
She's closer to my age. She's younger than me.
Okay. Did you see Caitlin Albert at the waterfall on the night of January 28th into the 29th of 2022?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you had seen somebody named Brian Higgins there, correct?
Correct.
He was somebody that you recognized prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
And how did you know or come to recognize Brian Higgins?
From Waterfall.
Did you know his name, specifically his last name, on January 28th when you were working that night?
Yes.
When did you learn his name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
At some point in the past, when he'd been in the bar, for some reason you knew his name, Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And you had testified, I believe, on direct examination that you had seen Brian Higgins with Brian Albert at the waterfall on prior occasions.
Correct. So, Ms. Gianetti, it's time for lunch. I don't imagine you'll finish in 5 minutes, right?
It won't be too much longer than that, but it's probably good to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Treyas, I'm gonna ask you to come back at 2, and jurors will take 1.
Okay.
Jurors, if you would fold and leave your notebooks on the chairs, taking your property with you. All right, jury out, beautiful.
A good move. Would you agree?
Yes.
In fact, John is a pretty good tipper.
I wouldn't really know.
But with regard to that particular night, there was one receipt that was introduced in Exhibit 54. You probably didn't take a close look at it.
No.
But if I suggested to you that there was a receipt for a total of $16.58 worth of drinks, and John put a tip down at $10, that'd be a pretty good tip, right? And do you need to see the receipt to confirm that, or?
No.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And that night, John's demeanor seemed fine. Would you agree?
Yes.
You didn't notice John buying drinks for a woman that night, did you?
No.
And with regard to your, sort of scanning the people that were there within that group, one of your duties as a bartender is to make sure that nobody's overserved, right?
Correct.
And so, while you don't watch every movement all the time, you do look for signs that somebody might be overserved, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the group that came in, the receipts for which you were shown today, nobody really seemed highly intoxicated to you, correct?
No.
Can I just have a moment?
Yes.
These are functional alkies.
I've no
All
further
them drinks?
questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Nobody seen
Thank
through.
you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Treyas, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I approach council table to deliver this exhibit back?
Yes, I was actually just looking for it, so yes,
Oh,
please,
that's right
thank you.
here. Sorry.
That's okay. All right, thanks.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Nicholas Kolokithas, Kolokithas.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton,
And how long have you lived?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My wife and 2 children.
What is your wife's name?
Karina,
And your 2 children, how old?
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing as a teacher?
27 years.
And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely? Or
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team. So we were planning to go, I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game. Yes.
And where was the basketball game, do you recall?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play for?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity?
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games that evening?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough High.
And when you arrived to the game,
Now, who is
as
he?
far as where is it that you typically sit when you go to a basketball game in Canada?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat with?
Specifically,
Yes.
names. The McCabe's, the Fitzgerald's, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team?
Yes.
And as far as that particular, is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game?
Yes.
It went into overtime. It was a back and forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
1?
We lost. Foxborough won.
So he's just
Now,
going to test
following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from?
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And they're the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry, so wanted to get something to eat.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the waterfall, as far as the other parents were concerned, what, if any, other parents from the ones that you described, as far as
I
the ones
figured
that
Jen
sit
is
with them,
involved
and
with
if anyone else went?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how was that was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
And so you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to the waterfall.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall shares a parking lot with other establishments and I believe condos, so I parked in the back.
And about what time did you get there?
I got there right around 9-ish, a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And who, if anyone else from that group of parents besides yourself in the caves went to the waterfall that night?
So walked in, it was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name. I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the McCabe's?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those? Or did you know any of those?
At the waterfall?
Yes.
I had met Nicole, Brian, Chris, and Julie prior, I think, other basketball games, other events. So I knew them through the McCabe's, through Jen.
And the McCabe's had a daughter on the basketball team as well?
They had one of their daughters on the team at the time, yes.
And when it came to the McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs., what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
How long have you known Jennifer and Matt?
About 9 or 10 years ago, we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife join you?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is that?
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or the second to last table right before you hit the bar.
And as far as the people that you described, the people that you knew or didn't know, where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side, so I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance for most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food. And then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
And at some point following that, was there anyone else that you knew or aware of that came into the bar?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was that?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that date?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you describe this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at the table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how did you know John O'Keefe?
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years. So I got to know John through my daughter.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her? When was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And with reference to yourself and your wife as a couple and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, how often would you sort of see them?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple of times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids?
Yes.
Now, as far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
And do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the waterfall?
She was holding a cup, a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with the clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
Now, as far as the sort of general demeanor and atmosphere within the bar that night, How would you describe that?
Generally, it was a fun atmosphere. There was a live band. Everybody was in a good mood. I think people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears or anything in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea of sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
Now, towards the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going afterward?
Again, we were at this larger, 8, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about potentially going.
And what were those couple of places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&Es, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
And what is it and where is it in relation to water?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group that night?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, was one of the owners, if not the owner, of D&E.
And as far as going to that place afterward, who, if anyone among the group, had sort of mentioned that or was talking about it?
I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So.
Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it referenced?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
We did not.
And at some point, you left, you recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit later, maybe a couple of minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And When you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like the blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have to do to sort of get your car ready to go or clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and it cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
And generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
You mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish just a brief portion of Exhibit 53, this video. Gentlemen, if I could have Exhibit 53 up on the screen, and specifically if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m. When it gets to 10:59, if you could pause. Thank you. So, Mr. Kolokithas, what's up on the screen as Exhibit 53? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of the waterfall bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top when I ask you to.
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this video?
Yes, I do.
You could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are.
Black and white shirt.
And from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right, and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now, that area of the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And further down the table, is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct, yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take it. Thanks, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kolokithas.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolokithas, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event at his house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, do you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
It's like Bev be knowing y'all about to be on some bullshit. Just come up here. Just come up here. Y'all, we almost done with like day 7.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
Oh, hold on.
At any point, you speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation.
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great dad he was.
Yep.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
At any point, did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
Were you aware of the time frame of those vacations in the future? Next week, next month, next year?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Joyce, feel free to stand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's always funny. Can we approach? Y'all said Paul be wearing the same thing. Paul been changing clothes. Y'all had me thinking that man was really going to be up here with one shirt on the whole trial. Y'all may have been being funny.
Of any kind of tension or fight that night?
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you?
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or a fight or tension?
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
You had something to live up to.
Yes. That's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
I want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No,
Sparring with one another?
not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay.
He knows Valerie.
I'd like, if I could, Mr. Kolokithas, with the court's permission, refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
There are several, Your Honor, so the court,
So if you're going to talk about it, talk at sidebar. Okay, so.
This is the clip ending in 5959 because there's several clips in 53. You can have that up. With the court's permission, I'd like to display this to the jury at runtime 8:30, 8 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, so what exhibit is this?
This is 53, and it's clip ending in 5959. May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Kolokithas, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Bro, how do you spell his name? Does anybody know? Yeah, I stopped. I stopped. I couldn't. He spelled it so
Okay, if we
fast.
could pause. I just wanted to play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I I was there that night.
My question is, do you recognize this as being a surveillance video from the 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals that are at the top.
That's crazy, Lexi. Lexi, I would have never gotten that. I thought it was an F in the man name. No, I would have never gotten this, y'all.
There we go.
That's why I like watching being with y'all.
If I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top, Can you name the folks that we're seeing and describe what they're wearing for the jurors so we have an understanding of who we're looking at?
Okay. That's me in the white and black. That's Matt to my right.
Turn started to put a crispy out.
A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood. With the court's permission, could we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08, but I'll ask that the video be paused momentarily.
11:08, so just one more second.
Runtime, sorry. Runtime 11:08, so probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Pause it. Having seen this run forward just a little bit, do you see an individual here with long hair?
So
It's
you're
hard.
squinting. Are you having difficulty?
Yes, I am having difficulty. Could you blow it up a bit or?
I don't think so. Our technology is good, but I'm getting a shake of the head.
My eyes are not good. I can tell you that.
Let's just go ahead and play it forward with the court's permission.
All right, but if you can't see it, I don't want you to guess.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
Okay. May we play it forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pause it. I ask you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, so I'm sustaining that objection, but come on up.
Maybe they joking around. Hold up. Who are the two men, y'all? She said, Missy said, if everybody's drinking, who's protecting and serving? That's a good question. Brian and
May I,
Brian.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Another question, and if you're having trouble seeing, just let me know. You see the person in the far right?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
Me.
Hey, y'all.
And what do you
Brian
seem
and
to be,
Brian.
or what do you appear to be looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
Okay, can we go ahead and play this forward?
Never beaten the Fight Club allegations. Baby, look at these grown-ass men. Jenny, 8:35.
Pause. Kolokithas, do you recall engaging with the two men in any sort of conversation, the two men, their backs facing to us?
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but yep.
Do you recall ever being introduced to those two gentlemen?
Yes.
Who are they?
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one is which, left and right?
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
We're going to play this?
Yeah, look like they joking around.
Mr. Kolokithas, can I draw your attention to the upper right? Do you recognize any person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
John O'Keefe.
About 30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with the court's permission, another clip being played. Mr. Kolokithas, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or has your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting. I don't remember that.
If we could move to runtime 1636 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Okay. Your Honor, when you play 1636. Go ahead. And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Pause it. Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Okay. Pause. And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen, do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction? Is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us?
Yes.
And it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
I'm going to play that for a second. And let's pause. With that, I would ask you who this individual is with the fur coat,
My wife.
lining on the coat.
It's my wife.
Okay. And are you still in the same spot, upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way,
Thank you.
away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be two individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
That's all I have for this one, Sean.
All right.
Oh, if I can have
Any,
just a moment, I'm sorry. I'm going to get that in, 1636. I'm fine, thank you, Your Honor.
all right, Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Kolokithas. As far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
Yes,
So fair to say, do you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
a personal relationship? No, I did not.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me if I knew something about their relationship I would share with my wife or vice versa?
No, what I'm asking is from the other side. Okay, so you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to what you were just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
The which part?
The whatever that was between two individuals play fight.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
After he's done, we can look at the response. I just know Brian Steele said something crazy. Well, okay, he about to be done. Now look at her.
Mr. Kolokithas, just one more question. You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Reed, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them, end quote. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Kolokithas, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
You're
My bad, y'all was on mute. Y'all know he's gonna always come with some case law. So hold on, let me pull it up over here. And let's save it. Oh, there we go. Okay, I had to open it and I'll pull it up. Thank you, Aaron. Let me send this. Oh shit, hold on, y'all. Let me stop here. Don't let me look at these Chris Brown tickets. I can't believe those Chris Brown tickets are that crazy. let's save. I just saved it. Hold on, y'all. I'm thinking so, but when I looked at those ticket prices, so I told you the man I used to work for, he SVP at Rock Nation. Baby, I bite the bullet and ask him for 2 tickets. I just look like kind of good seating. And it does say resale, so I'm not sure how it's resale if you were in the queue, but it was like $500. And I really want to go for Summer Walker. I don't know a lot of Chris Brown music outside of stuff that came out when I was younger. And that's about all. That's about all I know. So outside of that, I don't know his music. So I really want to go for Summer Walker. And I mean, I guess you can put Bryson Tiller on there too. I want to go for that, but I don't want to spend $500. But Ballard, I have to listen to it. I haven't listened to that album. And I mean, I've heard whatever that Residuals. Now I do love that song. I've heard it so damn much, Jesus. I have to go listen to that one. You pay $189. Girl, I just looked, $110, $551. Okay. I know y'all probably can't see this. You might have to zoom, but y'all know I'll read it. So let's see what he says. Aaron, are you available? Do you want to talk about it and help us understand what we're reading here? Jasmine, we just finished with Kolokithas, and he was at the bar with him that night. So yeah, he was at the bar with him that night, so we just finished him. Who's the one person, Key? Is it Dirt? You did pre-sale yesterday? Oh, okay. I'm not like, I know they said that you could have done pre-sale, but I don't think I'm on any of their mailing lists or anything. We're going to get there. Mariah and I are going to get there. Now, she said she doesn't really care where she sits because I text her. She was like, well, Mom, I don't really care where I sit. I knew it was Dirt Key. She said as long as she gets there, she's fine. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't like sitting too high up, but it's in Truist. So it shouldn't be like terrible, right? It shouldn't be that bad. Okay, y'all. Hold on, let me pull it up because I have it on my computer. All right. So says Brian Steele, he's submitting this. He says the prosecution must place in writing, pursuant to the due process clause of the United States Constitution, as well as the Georgia Constitution, the specific act or acts that Mr. Williams supposedly committed to violate his probationary sentence. As shown above, the prosecution's motion to revoke Mr. Williams's probation fails on its face to allege any conduct by Mr. Williams that would rise to a violation of the probationary sentence, taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution's allegations in the motion to revoke probation. This honorable court could not find as a matter of fact and or law that Mr. Williams violated any term of his sentence. And then he gives the case law for that. And that's where the trial court, he says appeals, the Georgia appeals, they reversed the trial court's determination that Mr. Miller violated his probation since there was no, give me just a moment, no evidence to support these findings. Let me make sure I'm not seeing something. Okay, you're in the building. Okay, Aaron, it's okay. The state's motion to revoke probation must allege conduct which, if proven by a preponderance of evidence, shows that Mr. Williams violated a term of his probation in the specific manner charged in the motion to revoke probation. Then he gives the case law for that. As discussed below, taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution's assertions, Mr. Williams did not violate any term of probation, and thus the state's motion to revoke probation must be dismissed at this time with prejudice. So the allegations, hold on. Okay. So now he's going to break down. Let me get to the next page. Hold on. All right. In case you guys are zooming in. He says, at the prelim, in an unrelated case, the magistrate court ordered that no witness be shown on television while testifying, and a known blogger deliberately violated that court's order by posting on social media a photograph of investigator Viverito. This allegation has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. First, even the known blogger did not violate the court's order or asserted in the state's motion, to revoke Mr. Williams' probation, because there was no image shown of investigator Viverito while testifying in the unrelated proceeding. This allegation cannot support the revocation of Mr. Williams' probation. Mr. Williams amplified the blogger's act by reposting the image with the caption, "Marissa Viverito is the biggest liar in the DA's office." First, there is no suggestion that Mr. Williams knew that the magistrate court order not to show investigator Viverito on television while testifying. That's true, because the man was in jail when they started talking about it. Second, the allegations assert that Mr. Williams reposted an image and wrote the caption. The allegation does not violate the court's order from his conditions of probation. Third, there is no violation of Mr. Williams' probation by reposting an image on social media and opinioning. Wait a minute. Opinion? Y'all never seen this word before. The investigator Viverito is untruthful. Basically, he's saying that there is nothing in his probation that says he can't repost something and say that Viverito is untruthful. She said he was hacked. The prosecution asserts that Mr. Williams' repost went viral. An unknown person commented on the same, which included supposed threats to investigator Viverito, her family, as well as funny. Mr. Williams' undersigned counsel and all moral persons do not condone threatening another without justification. However, these comments on social media are by unknown persons that can't be attributed to Mr. Williams in order to support a violation. I just really didn't get why they said that. He said the state's motions to revoke Mr. Williams' probation then lists direct threats in attached exhibits. Again, this allegation did not allege any act attributed to Mr. Williams to support the violation of probation. The prosecution speciously alleges that Mr. Williams is conducting this was funny to me too, a calculated campaign of intimidation, harassment, and misinformation designed to undermine the legal process and other baseless assertions. He said these conclusions do not support a motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probation. Y'all, where did they get that from? Hold up, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Are y'all telling me to scroll up here? Pre-sale, 2 good seats for $500. Hold on, let me make sure they said. I think they said I missed something. I see that y'all just ticking me off with these Chris Brown prices, but I'm gonna let y'all have it. Y'all telling me wait, still need to get it. He did say her name, Key. I'm wondering if he got it from theirs. Open. I said, Lexi, I'm gonna take a picture of this because there were. I'm like, I hadn't seen that. Opining. Thank you, Lexi. Opining. Thank you, girl. Oh, let me go to the next page. We're on the next page too. Hold on. The campaign was crazy. Calculated is crazy. Oh, ISIS, that might be the problem. Missy, I got what you're saying now. I hope y'all on the right page. Yeah, we're on the right page now. Sorry, guys. The last one is the state's motion to revoke probation in argument without any substance to allege an illegal or unlawful act conducted by Mr. Williams. Next page, guys. A revocation of Mr. Williams's probation involves the loss of liberty, which is a serious deprivation. It gives more case law there. Therefore, Mr. Williams is entitled to the due process of the law. Gives more case law. This honorable court may not revoke any part of his probation unless Mr. Williams admits the violation or violations as alleged in the state's motion, or unless evidence produced at the revocation here establishes by a preponderance of evidence the violations alleged. In the case at bar, in the light most favorable to the prosecution's motion to revoke probation, Mr. Williams can admit to all of the allegations alleged and still not have violated any term of his probation. Hold up. Still said he can admit he did all that shit and still not violate his probation. That man said he can violate. He could say, I did all of that and still not violate. Thus, the state's allegations alleged and still not have, thus the state's motion, he said it's deficient. Therefore, Mr. Williams asked this honorable court to deny the state's motion to revoke without a hearing. If a hearing is needed, he'll be prepared. But bitch still said, if y'all want to take it there, we can take it there. Hold up. So that's here. Okay. Baby Big still said, if y'all want to take it there, we can. We can do that. We can do that. Oh, Lord, I wrote the wrong way on here. Listen. I guess for me, I guess it's just annoying seeing that, just like how we felt during trial, that they were really taking this personal. You could feel it. You could feel it with them. Especially when it came to Miss Love, when it came to Fonnie, you could just feel it was like they had to have this, and you still feel it. You still feel it when you see this. Because, baby, so now he doesn't get the right to just speak his mind. I really don't believe he intended to threaten Viverito. He was speaking his mind. She is one of the biggest liars in Fulton County. Fulton County, whomever she works for now, they should just be ashamed that she is on their payroll. Like, she's on their payroll. Yes, Valerie, it's giving you're obsessed. Stop, Barchi. Ashley, there's that too. I hope she dismisses it, doesn't want to have a hearing. Yeah. Yes, T, I saw that. And I'm happy about that too, because I don't think Ashley was his attorney doing the, like, whatever they were talking about. So I'm just happy he has an attorney that will advocate on his behalf and that he'll be able to get his stuff back. I'm really happy about that. It was just 6 days, and 2 of the pages were the service showing where they had been served. They served everything. One of Miss Sylvia's live said Glanville kicked out the media because there was a hot mic moment where a prosecutor basically admitted all they wanted was thug. I remember that, Aaron. I remember that. Someone actually, stop barching. Someone actually played that back last year sometime. They played it back, and they definitely said, I think it was the man who they brought in towards the end of the trial to help with like jury instructions. I think it was him who said it. I really hope she dismisses this because it's a stretch. But you know, even if she dismisses it, I hope he now knows, like, don't mention them at all. You can live your life without mentioning them. No, girl, we ain't figured out the cookie cake. Yes, the Rico man. I believe it was him. I believe, and that's how I wanted Miss Sylvia may have been the one who said something, or someone brought it up during that time, but I think it was him during no, it was a woman, y'all. I think it was a woman. I don't know why I think it's him. I don't want to lie. But I know when it was during that time, that's when I initially heard it. That's when I initially heard. What's up, Keisha? It was the lady, it was a black lady. She's dark-skinned, Key. Like but it was during his time when I think I was told about it. Like, I think closing statements had already happened, and I think we may have been discussing it, and that's when somebody talked about it. Still is going to cut up in their hearing. She white, dang. I don't know why I'm seeing somebody dark skin. But Key, was it at the bond hearing or something like that when this happened? I just think finally gotta let it go. Let that man go. You banned him from Atlanta. He's not even a problem for you anymore. Why you just can't let it go? The man is on 15 years probation. You don't even have to work. Just let him be him. Let it go. Hey, Phoenix, just let it go. They really are, Ashley. She said, I need YSL Whitaker to be just as quick as Steele. Me too. I really do hope, like I said, I just hope he learns. I really think he thought he was okay. He wasn't threatening her, literally just speaking his mind. And there's nothing that says he can't do that. However, now you see what they will do anytime you do something like this. Just don't talk about them people. Just don't talk about them people. Don't. It is judicial harassment, Phoenix. It is. And this is actually so crazy because when I heard he had 15 years probation, this is what I would imagine Fulton County would be doing to him. This right here. And they're doing exactly like that. Funny is not okay. You're correct. Funny is not okay. Did you guys see at the end of their motion, they asked that he reimburse them for the extra security for the prosecutors and the witnesses? Like, first of all, is it like, what witnesses are you securing because of this tweet? Let me know. Let me know. Here go her name right here, Isis. And she didn't have to bring him up in there 4PF stuff. She didn't have to. She decided to do that. Yes, y'all. At the end of it, let me tell you the wording. Because I was reading it yesterday. And I said, what the hell? Hold on, damn. Where did I see? Who sent it to me? Hold on, y'all. Oh, I think I pulled it up. Her pic was on their Facebook. It's online. Her picture is every. I hate to say this again, and because I'm on YouTube, I won't say the other word, but I see her in those size H's on my timeline like every other week. She's always there, especially if it's something to do with YSL. She right there in that black dress. Oh man, we know who she is. We've seen her for months now. And her information is out there. For them to act like he went somewhere, dug it up, and he told these people to do this, do that, like that is what's crazy. Big top, little bottom burrito. Yes. Yes. Hold on, Key. Key, I shared it yesterday. I said, oh, I guess she's still in vacay mode because she still got them knowledge braids up. And then, how the hell did you have time to do a quick interview and you can never show up for your subpoena hearings? Like, I mean, hearings that you've been subpoenaed to. You can never be there. But you in the office, do an interview with your vacay braids. I said, she's still in vacay mode. She still want to play. Yes, Nikki, we just read it. She's never to be found. Never to be found. And I just don't understand why the issue isn't Viverito. Why wasn't it her? See, I'm sick of them. Because I just don't understand why they're going so hard for this man. It's so much crime in Fulton County. I know you got other people you could try to lock up, but that's why we say it's personal. They have a calculated campaign against him. It's terrible. She said she looked like she wanted to be in a rap music video. Hannah, why he feel like that? Now I'm gonna say this about Funny. She can be a lot of things, but Funny is very educated. I'm not sure why she acts dumb as hell. Most times, very educated. She don't give me rap girl video girl. She does not give me that. I can't let your boyfriend do funny like that. But now, Hannah, I would tell you this. When she's speaking about YSL, 4PF, she definitely has a really sassy, her aura with them. I can give you that, friend. I could give you that. You can tell, though, it's so, but I'm trying to see what she's gunning for, guys. The attitude is nasty. Yes, Hannah. Okay, but listen, y'all. But you move. Now, I'm not sure what she's gunning for, y'all, but I'm telling y'all, I think she wants to run for some type of public office. And I think she's thinking these rappers and their cases are going to get her there. There's no other reason. Or she might have OCD or something because it's giving obsessive. Yeah, like it's giving obsessive. Yes, Ken, attitude makes her look very ugly. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Key, I don't know, but it's definitely giving obsessive, and I'm starting to think there's something bigger at play, and I think that something bigger is probably public office. I think it's probably public office. Tati says she wants that money on and recognition. I can see that too, Tati. I can see that. She did a backwards dress. No, Hannah, it's not. I do think she has an obsession with him, just as Viverito did. I do believe that. Yes, you're right, Erin. You're right. She said, I think Viverito wanted that rapper boyfriend. There's something off of Viverito, too. She almost acts like a woman scorned. But Erin, I just want her to understand that there are other people committing crimes in Fulton County. That boy lives in like Miami or LA or something. I mean, that man lives in LA or Miami or something like that. One of those. He's not even in Fulton. Miss Pooh, that lady got them some size H's, okay? I saw some double D's this weekend, and so my friend had a breast reduction. She wore like an H, somewhere like that. And Barty, stop. She wears like an H. And she had a breast reduction. So I saw her last weekend for my birthday. She pulled out her bra. I said, damn, I thought you had a reduction. She said, I did. I said, well, damn, what they reduced it to? Because it was an H at first. She said, these double Ds. I said, so I know what the double D looks like now. You know, I know what the double D looks like. And what Viverito has in that black dress does not look like a double D. Those things are huge. I mean, a double D is big too, but not as big as what I've seen on Viverito. No, y'all, I'm serious. I asked, because I told my friend, I was like, oh, girl, you finally can buy bras in the same store as me. She had to get these special bras and stuff, you know? And I saw that bra this weekend. I said, damn, when you walking around with full B's, baby, I don't know I've never seen a double D bra before, okay? I don't shop in that size. I don't shop in that, in that area of the bras, okay? I think that girl bra could have probably fit over my whole head. No. Back to square one. Damn, Hannah. Not square one. Let me tell y'all, I don't think, I'm just happy I have something, you know? I'm happy I got something, especially with my shape. You know, some people, sometimes they be real top heavy. Nothing. I think I'm proportioned. I like my proportions. I'm cool. I like my proportions. I'm cool. She probably does it, Ashley. Ashley Funny wants to control that man's life for whatever reason. My sister-in-law is a J. Baby, Nikki, tell your sister-in-law, tell them people her back hurt. Because I know that can't be fun. Hold on, Monique. Yes, Monique. That's how big it looked. The bombshell bra. Yes, Hannah. She did say shaped like a pea. Shaped like a pea is crazy. Girl, this is too much. Yeah, I'm cool. I wear a double D. Okay, Sierra, you one of them. Okay. That's what I said, Sierra, when I seeing my friend now, even in her clothes, it's amazing. She really does. She does have smaller boobs, but they just clearly aren't small enough. And maybe I was so used to seeing them so big, I really did think this was a reduction in size. But after seeing that bra, it feels like she still might have back problems. But I mean, who am I to talk? Like I said, they're not mine. They're not my boobs. Yeah, well, Isis, baby knew it was coming. He knew it was coming. Tennis balls, kid, them some basketballs. Tennis balls, them some basketballs. Yeah, they gotta be. They gotta be. They gotta be. But I don't mean to talk about that. Like, what my whole basis in saying is that Viverito and them things are on my timeline often. Now, I'm not sure why people always use that photo of her, but it's on my timeline often. It's on there. Whole top shelf. Yes, she is on there often. So this assertion that he somehow is the reason her picture is out on the internet is absurd. It really is. You know, he's not the reason. It was out there. See, Isis sees it too. BG, you must didn't hear me. I told you, I said, my friend, that she does look smaller, but after witnessing that bra, I'm sure there's still some back pain. Maybe not as much, but I'm sure there's still some back pain. So I BG, I get it. Double D, I know your back over there hurting, but I bet it's not hurting as much as somebody with an H or a J. I know it hurts, but the H or the J, they probably hurt worse, BG. So you gotta take the small victories. Take the small victories. A triple D. Jesus. Man. I remember that, Missy. My back hurts as is. I couldn't imagine. Me either, friend. Me either. Shout out. Listen, I'm okay. Did you see Happily Angry Lawyer said? No, I didn't see that, Ashley. I did not see that. Oh my God, Brianna. I've known somebody who wore an H and now a G. Now a G. You young, Brianna. Tell them take them away. Because the minute you have babies, they might go to a Z. Is that a thing? I don't want you to be at a Z. Middle school. So middle school, your mama was having to have special bras for you? That would have told your daddy, come get her. Come get this girl. Middle school? Georgette said double D in middle school, triple D in high school, and now in H. Do y'all need me to help y'all write y'all letters for the doctor? I will help y'all. I will help y'all. We could use ChatGPT or something. I was an I during pregnancy. That girl, BG said, I know damn well what nobody wear no K, L, and no P. Listen, India, baby, gladly wear these B cups. Do you hear me? Gladly. I'm also tall and thicker, so it matches. Brianna, if you wouldn't have told me it was a G, I wouldn't have known you were in a G. I don't know why I think all full boobs are like D's or double D's unless they just, I'm talking about you sitting down and they on the table big. I'd be like, okay, she got to be an H. Because your next letter is an H. I skip right to H. So, child, I'm telling you never know where these conversations going to go over here. So if you're new here, sorry, this is normal. This is normal for us over here, okay? I want mine gone. Shrunk. You know what? Never mind. I'm okay with mine. I'm okay with mine. But goddamn, I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray for you H's. I'm gonna pray. I know that sounds crazy. I'm gonna pray for you women that wear the letter H in a bra. Okay, that's what I meant. I wasn't trying to call y'all the H word. But man. He said, LJ mama. Yo. Dang. I'm sorry, y'all. Damn. Just to know that people that I love and I'm so close to, y'all out here spending $200 on one bra. I feel for y'all. And then do y'all have to get them special made? I'm gonna get off this topic, but I did because my friend said she had to go to a special store. I said, so damn, you can't just go walk in Target, Victoria's Secret. You can't just walk in one of these stores and get a bra. She like, I feel for y'all. She said KLMOMMNOP in middle school. That be easy. Brianna, what's affordable? Oh, Brene from TikTok. She probably a Z. That's probably a really special one. Because I've seen them things. Ain't no way. Baby, I'll be at my doctor's office every day. He'll have to call and get a restraining order on me. Get them gone. Get them gone. Oh, 30, 40 ain't bad. She don't wear bra. Hold up, Kay. I must miss them because I know you did say your sister got some big ones and don't wear a bra at all. Oh, you saying that girl don't wear them. Them things is some Z's. When I tell you that man to be on the news talking about patient won't stop coming to my office, get them gone. Hell, at that point, take me down to the H. Take a Z from an H is a big improvement. Take me down to the H. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Take me down. I'll have the H. Red, I'm in the boat with you. And y'all, so y'all, that's why they always hanging. I didn't know that. I didn't know that she just didn't wear them. I thought that's what they look like with one. Okay. Who said somebody breast 13 and a half? Yeah, I'm finna cut this back on because I'm not finna sit up here and be talking about breasts. God damn. Hold up. I'm trying to see what honey talking about 13 and a half pounds. Oh my God, 17? Poor baby. Poor baby. She's about my watch telling me to breathe. Okay. I'm about to start back. Let me start back. Y'all just can't believe what y'all telling me right now. This is crazy. Everybody that had their surgery, I'm happy for y'all. I am happy for y'all. Okay, y'all. He gone. We got. I think this is his wife.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Karina Kolokithas, Kolokithas.
And where is it that you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We lived in Canton for about 13 years. 21 years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
And how many daughters do you have?
I have 2.
And about how old are they?
18 and 16.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do work.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pharmacist.
And your husband works as well?
He does.
What is he?
He's an attorney.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and January 29th of 2022, all those days?
I do.
And you recall what day of the week those were?
It was a Friday and a Saturday.
And specific to the Friday, did you work that day?
I did work that day.
And after you left work, where did you go?
I went to the Canton Junction.
And why did you go?
We got a text saying some parents from the varsity team were going to be meeting up there. So I thought it would be a good idea to go and stop by and grab something to eat before the game.
And when you say varsity team, which sport?
It's basketball.
Was that your older daughter or younger daughter that was on that team?
My older daughter played on that team.
Do y'all mind if we skip this?
And so at some point there was a game.
Do y'all mind if we skip past like them in the varsity game? Because he's asking her the same things. Okay, y'all okay with that? Okay, cool.
And just to be clear who we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in Portland today?
I do.
And could you just identify as to where she's seated or out of those photos?
She's sitting right there.
She looks like a
That's
nice
a record
person.
reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
Okay.
And so as far as the conversation that you, at some point in time during the course of the evening.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to day 8 because he's gonna show the bar footage again and just show that she was at the bar. And now we do know that. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to day 8. So hold on just a second. Yeah, I think we're gonna get through 7, 8, and 9. Here. Oh, y'all went to see Cross? Hold up. Hold up, let me go back. Let's see Cross. Hold up. We can watch Cross. Maybe we can just skip to Cross.
Two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Miss McCabe was involved with those conversations. I'm
Jen.
Karen with John, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I thought she was going with Jen. And that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole, like, Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John. I just thought it, you know, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing, like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall?
It was away from the waterfall.
And so if anyone else,
Let's go to
door
cross
area, sort of where is that located?
To walk that way.
Okay.
And then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, just stay through 25 seconds. You could pause that.
Well,
Have you
y'all,
seen any-
it's still Lally.
Ms. Gilman, you can take
34th Floor, correct? 10 minutes drive.
Probably.
So,
Okay, y'all, let me go back just a bit.
Yes. Yes.
she always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
That he took so much responsibility on as it pertains to the children.
So you guys know the attorney that we just saw, Kolokithas? Okay, him. This is his wife. They were both at the waterfall. Remember, earlier in the day, they had been at a basketball game with Jen McCabe and some other parents. They discussed, let's go somewhere after. They ended up at the waterfall, and they all drunk. She saw Karen. She saw John. And remember, they all left about 12, 15, somewhere up in there. They all left. So they're there just kind of giving a timeline. Key, we watching Cross. Yeah, I think I'm okay with okay. Let majority rules, y'all. Y'all know how we do majority rules. We're gonna go to day 8 because that's all she's there for. Okay, let's go to day 8. And day 8's only like 3 hours too. That's why I said I'm sure we're gonna get through day 8 and 9 because the 3 hours includes other stuff too. So hold on, y'all. So now we know what those two people were there for and why they had them testify. Okay.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton.
Yeah, I'm on the charger. I'm not sure why. I normally don't be having problems with Wi-Fi here, but looks like what is trying to come in and trick me. But y'all, this is Chris Albert. And why does Chris Albert look like an alkie? He looks like he liked to drink. Like he looks like he likes to drink.
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life?
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yeah.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry, pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff, yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house.
Ms. Vanna, this is Chris Albert. His brother's home is the home where John O'Keefe was found murdered.
I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street, is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows, it's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on Meadows?
Well, between us or all, on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's 2. There's 2 houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers, are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. Usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin, then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 of us.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E Pizza shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
And so, in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, it was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop that night?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place. It's tough. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that he was?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like, probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to Waterfall?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, are you coming down? Are you there? She was down there. So I had a conversation with her. And I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walked into the waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say, pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people upstairs?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet. Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table, your group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to or what they had been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your brother, your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You just identify as to where she's seated? Or
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think, nothing before I got to the waterfall?
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communications do you recall in regards to who was there or who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think at some point he said, who's there? And I said, my brother Brian. I said, Brian. And he said, your brother Brian? I said, yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there. And he said, where's your brother Kevin? And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe. And then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship as far as?
Good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe of the defendant?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? And
it was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under her coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
If you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like that?
No, not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe, his person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area that?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people are sitting, some people are standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after, someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live then?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah.
Is he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, that sort of ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking. So
Yeah.
was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple of months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to
doing that night? So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
What? Somebody was just on my X account and they said, wait till you get to the weight loss competition. I got to run it back. I got to run it back. Hold up.
in reference
to doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition. Me, Matt, and it was sometime before that, but within like a couple of months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference
to doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza 2 weeks before we were weighing in.
2 weeks prior, the pizza was going to hurt you that bad?
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And
Y'all got to be kidding
was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So
Jackie,
at one point towards the end of the night,
Jackie, like, do you understand how insane that sounds? You can do all this damn drinking. You can eat the appetizers, but you couldn't go to the pizza shop that night because you didn't want to gain weight, and it was 2 weeks away. It was 2 weeks away. Baby, we don't crystalline his bald head ass off on this stand right now. What?
I bought a round of Fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that? If you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up?
I think they called last call at right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
T-Friend, this is Waterfall. Remember, they left one bar and then went to Waterfall, and then they left. They actually left about 12. I think I'm gonna say about 12:15-ish. No later than about 12:15, they were gone.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the?
Okay, you people in Boston. And maybe somebody saw a map. He walked home. He walked home. Why the hell would he walk home? It's like a blizzard is on the way. Why would he walk? I'm like, what? Before a snowstorm, he's somebody, he just walked home. Him said, mailed their line. Oh, Lizard said he lives in a townhouse nearby. Now, but I don't give a damn, baby. That as cold as y'all saying it is, Melanie is not walking. Give me the ride. Give me the ride. They said he's lying. She's Paris said he's the only one who did drink and drive. Okay, they say he lives about 5 minutes away. Okay.
The weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street?
Oh yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well?
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
But when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left onto Washington.
They were sort of walking
opposite directions.
Hey, Lane, I ain't got
Yes.
me.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned that he went to the bar and he got a beer. Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer, yeah.
And as far as Miss Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking throughout the course of the evening?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into
like
the
the lawyer.
establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
Fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that night?
I did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
He should have just left it in clear liquid, but I guess he knows all of them alcoholics, so.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your...
Oh, Bag, that's a great point, because why isn't Bev saying, do you know or do you guess? Why? Because she's done that before. What? Great point.
Children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now, is that?
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son?
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
And if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home, were they there, if you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. You could just pause there for a moment, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They never made
I don't have any.
It's a spot, guys.
My apologies. Thank you very much. So, sir, what I'm handing to you is a laser pointer. Basically, just click that button and point it up. Okay. Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here.
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
Back here. Wait. So this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after, so that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct.
Yeah, we don't have to see this. We've seen where they were in the club already.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long?
I had to go back. I think he's talking about his son, y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down.
I had to go back. Sorry, guys. I had to go back. But I think he's talking about one of his kids.
Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Now, let me say, this is why I'm happy I went back. So a lot of people think Colin is the one who beat John O'Keefe up. or he's like the reason the man is gone. A lot of people think that I've seen it in the Karen Reed X universe. So I wanted to go back. And apparently, guys, we'll see as the trial progresses. They say 9 people were at this after party. All 9 people omitted that Colin was there when he was in fact there. So yes, this is Colin's dad. This is Colin's father. Okay, here we go.
Yes, so he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
Oh.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah, that was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about obviously at some point you woke up. Do you recall about what time that was?
Eight-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that time?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
Ronnie, my kids just went in my room.
When you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
What? Who the hell prepped them? Who in the hell prepped them? Because this is his damn childhood home. And he out here hollering out the address. He is out here hollering out the damn address. This is your childhood home. Instead of him saying he was found on my brother's lawn, which I get it. I get why the prosecution did this. But in my opinion, it makes you look guilty. Right. Distancing himself, in my opinion, makes you look guilty because if you have nothing to hide, he was found on my brother's front yard. Talking about 34 Fairview.
And following receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you and your wife?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house.
Yes, Kay.
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
9.
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And how did they get to just enter the crime scene like that?
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my recollection, excuse me. From what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Right, Key.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2.
And where was that?
At my condo.
Thanks. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get ready. Get
Good morning, sir.
ready.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you
And up there talking about 34 Fairview.
currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton, or
Recently elected.
the town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Yes.
Can you rephrase that?
No.
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me.
Hold on, y'all got to write that down. He sound actually the exact same way, and you can give me a yes or no answer. Yannetti? Yannetti.
That your brother Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn.
Objection.
Can you answer that?
He can.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Shortly after.
Your brother Tim Albert lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife Julie Albert
Correct.
and your son Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other 2 sons, yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
Yep.
I guess.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
If that's sustained, you've got another witness, you can ask that of, Mr. Minetti.
Bev, get on my
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Baby, he uncomfortable up there. Baby. Baby, Big Chris want to get down. Do you hear me? Big Chris ready to get down. I don't understand why the family is not putting 2 and 2 together and getting 4. Something is not right. Baby, look at Karen. I would fast forward. Look at my girl. Stare him. Woo! Woo! Y'all, Karen, look at her. I stand. Baby, Karen is not to be played with. Look at that. Stare him down, Karen. He drunk anyway. He drunk, Karen. That's for sure.
So Lally was asking you questions?
Objection.
He said that, but we'll let.
Okay, here we go, yeah.
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Sure, if that's,
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unanimous.
Didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Unanimous. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him?
I became friendly with him, sure.
And
Yep.
how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends?
You've seen him socially?
Really?
But you have.
You've been out for drinks with him?
I think maybe once.
So yes.
And you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
What other types of activities have you done together?
Hey, Lauren.
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
God damn, y'all. Hey, Heather. Y'all, now he talking about he came by. Baby, if he coming by, he's a supporter. Please let it go. Oh, Sam full of shit. I think he's got EBS.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you let the jury
Do you have a
know.
hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put
to
it in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
And we'll take that into evidence and then.
That makes sense. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
He old. He probably don't know how Facebook works. Man, where they get that from?
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes. I would offer that one.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
To the 55.
Oh.
May that be published to the jury on the screen, Your Honor?
Sure.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
He said,
Do you recall when?
yeah, Chris up there like, now why the hell did I delete that off the Facebook? Because you know people his age, they say the Facebook. Why the hell did I delete that off the Facebook?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
On the Facebook?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
I told y'all.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, Mr. Bates.
I told y'all it was on the Facebook.
You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family?
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure. I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
Yes.
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be, not sure.
And as far as your, ties to the...
I'm just going to say this. I have to say this. I have 10 sisters, okay? 10. And if my sisters had nothing to hide, these would be very easy answers for me. I mean, questions for me to answer. Your sister went to the retirement party. Oh, yeah, she went. You know how I'm going to know? She's either going to tell me or I'm going to see a picture. I'm going to see a picture. You know what I'm saying? So, like, this is just, what are you hiding? Because these are simple questions that we know you know. We know you know. Like, you bullshit. Like, we know you know. Unless you're trying to protect your sister or your sibling, this is so easy. They asked them, did they have personal or professional relationships? Oh, yeah, they did. But if I got to protect my sister because I know my sister in some shit, then I'm answering the same way. Oh, I don't know. He could have went. He could have gone. Y'all, so I think I've given y'all the breakdown. My mother did not have 10 kids. My mother didn't have 10 kids. I give the breakdown again. My mother has 3 daughters that she birthed. Okay. My father has 5 daughters. I'm included in that 5. So I get 4 sisters from my father. I have 4 sisters from my father, 2 sisters from my mother. My mother adopted, like, the rest my mom adopted, like legally adopted. And so those are my sisters too. That's why so many. But my mother did not have 10 kids. But anyway, if I'm not trying to protect one of them, then I'm not sitting on the stand doing all this. So he is right, Key. Right. Like he's doing, like, I don't know if he went, baby, that little small town, that damn retirement party was probably one of the biggest things going on the night that it happened. So everybody knew who was at that party because y'all was all on the Facebook looking at pictures.
Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him?
I don't know if I'd call it tight.
Okay, Katie.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
He was in the fugitive unit?
On the television.
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously.
He never said.
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so.
Of course.
Yes.
You don't have to get mad.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us?
In various combinations.
We have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays.
Baby.
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
Occasionally.
And you're protective of each other, correct?
Like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
Oh, look at
You
his
know
face.
that Brian would stick up for your kid, be happy. And
Y'all look at his face when he asked that question, y'all.
if someone
He is annoyed.
had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Ooh, he ready to curse.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
Ooh, he ready to
You know?
curse, baby.
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school?
Yes.
What position?
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
Oh!
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long.
Let me tell you something. It is. It is because let me tell y'all. So my son's number is 39. Okay. I said, why the hell is your number 39? He said, oh, his dad's birthday is today. And yes, I'm going to be petty. I'm not telling him happy birthday because did he tell me? No. But his birthday is April 3rd. Okay. My birthday is March 29th. So he took the 3 from his birthday and the 9 from mine and got 39. Right. And right now, LJ and I starting a clothing line called 39. Okay. It's significant. 34 is the number. 34 is the number because that house been in that. He gonna sit his ass on here somebody. Oh no. Oh no. Happy birthday to your brother, but not my son's daddy. Babe, I'm not telling him happy birthday. And my daughter's father come telling me happy birthday like yesterday. He's like, Mel, I just realized I typed happy birthday and then his sin. Happy birthday. Thank you, sir. At least he said something. But yeah. But anyway, this man knows that that's why that boy number was that. Now, these some good damn lawyers, because not they went and found this boy's number from high school. Happy birthday to your sister, too pretty. Been living there
before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry. McKee. When he didn't text me happy birthday, because we normally do our birthdays 3 days apart, a couple days apart. I said, damn, you can't even tell me happy birthday no more. I mean, okay, but damn, happy birthday? That's crazy.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of
I
years,
ain't gonna
was he
tell
not?
him happy birthday.
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
And what do you mean? What do you mean by familiar?
You knew who he was. You know, you became familiar with him.
Yeah, he was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
2 of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you've drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny, yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Go.
Couple.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper, correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes,
You knew him by face, correct?
correct,
And you knew him by name, correct?
correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Now she's saying sustain, but I think that's a problem for me right there. And probably why Michael Proctor should have relieved himself. I hadn't even gotten to Proctor, and people keep saying, "Oh, I can't wait till you get to him and Trooper Paul on X." But if somebody's investigating a case and they know you by name, they don't even have to introduce themselves. They too close. They too close. You might need to get someone else. You might need to get, just to be on the safe side, especially in such a small town. He connected to the man's sister-in-law, like all of this type of, like, you just gonna have to, you need somebody else.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustain.
May we be seen as side by side?
Sure.
And that's right, you did it. Look at him. Look at him. Don't take a deep breath. You can do it. He about to pop. He is about to pop. And I'm with you, Nettie. Can we get to the damn bench? Because at this point, you sustained and everything. Why can't I get into this? Why can't Bev pissing me off too? Girl, look at Karen.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you?
Objection, Your Honor.
On February 10th of 2022?
Sustain.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
A cell number prior to that day?
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
I think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge? For
sometimes.
Personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
He done turned red.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And yeah, I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's too.
Damn, I thought he was on some weight loss thing, but he out there eating potato skins and chicken tenders.
Years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right, and that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night?
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton Police Station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
He need to
You
go in
knew
there.
that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
Oh, brother.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
I know that's right, you nitty.
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my. Oh God. Yo, I just made an AJ appreciation post like yesterday. I've got to go back and make one for Yannetti for this goddamn cross. Yannetti said, was it something confused about my question? Because Yannetti is getting him riled up. He is, oh God, Yannetti is eating him up. Damn, this is crazy. Oh, wait. Y'all. Jaleesa, I love watching with y'all. I love watching with you guys, and I don't know why. When I tell y'all, I am so tapped into this trial and the comments. First of all, we're going to hit play, but if you're new here, thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. But shout out to this chat. Shout out to this chat because this chat is picking up everything. One of us might miss something, somebody else got it. Somebody else has it. And I love that for us because what were we all thinking when he just said he drank all those beers and the man said he ordered potato skins and chicken tenders? Baby, what happened to the weight loss competition? He's lying. He is flustered, red in the face. Baby, he's red in the face. This man is red in the face right now. Why is he red in the face? Because, y'all, let me make sure I write that down. Because Yannetti, he got to get a post today. Yannetti getting a post today because we probably going to be done at like 7. No, Miss J is Thursday. Miss J got court of opinion at 9. So we'll be done before 9. Y'all, shout out to Yannetti, man.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolokithas, does that ring a bell?
I'm going to tell you what's crazy. Kolokithas, the fact that they're telling us they're Greek, when I heard their name and pronounced it, the first thing I thought about was portakalis. If you are a My Big Fat Greek Wedding watcher, then you know that last name. The Greek couple, all I thought about was portakalis. I thought about portakalis. I said, that's the name. I said, damn, that sounds just like their name. I was thinking they were Greek too.
That's them, yeah.
That's them, okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top
The
table?
Greek couple is
Correct.
crazy.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Lauren, I just know I'll be the black girl. That's crazy.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, "Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn,"
What?
end quote?
That was one of the texts.
Damn. Hold up, y'all. My bad. Let me go.
At 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Mhm.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote,
Time out. I need to see. Are y'all telling me? Are y'all trying to see, Key? Were you gone were you not here when Yannetti told him, "I'm sorry"? Did you not understand my question? Oh, she said she finna go back. Okay, she gonna go back.
"Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn," end quote?
That was one of the texts.
What are you telling me?
How many, just a moment.
Too pretty. Yep. Look how you looking. And Karen staring them down too.
May I approach?
Sure.
Do we have, I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, he takes.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one.
Damn.
Okay. One over.
Yeah, they get. Hold up. Karen, look at him, girl. Let him know you are not scared. Okay.
Bit, Mr. Yannetti, at this point.
I do, yes. And just for the record and for the juror's edification, this is part of Exhibit 48, which is already in evidence. But I would ask that this particular exchange be posted on the screen with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And
Monique, she's a court reporter.
so you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says "get over here," right? And then the second is a continuation of that. "If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn," correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, "if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn," that's.
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
Right. So you're.
It's a joke.
And you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. Well, we can take that down.
Chris a little.
At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that 1 round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Messed up.
Probably fine. Fine.
All right. You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties?
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife, Julie, didn't want to stay any longer or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon?
Thought I said a lime, but yeah.
Okay. And you assumed that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
Good. I'm glad they brought it out.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right?
Mm-hmm. Glad he brought that up.
But in any case, Karen did not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
and
interactions.
You didn't perceive
But you
any
saw
tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
That's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
and is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50, with the court's permission? Can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the water.
Look at his hand, y'all. Look at his hand. Ooh, wait. Yeah, Brianna, maybe you're talking about that text message. They said when she walked in, he texted her and she didn't respond. I could be wrong, but I'm just thinking maybe that's what you're talking about. He cooking, Jaleesa. Brittany. What?
I think we need to back it up. Get it started.
You remember Woody ate and that Karen had a clear liquid in her leg. I'm sitting here now, y'all, trying to think about my grandmama's 80th birthday party in 2017 or 16. It had to be in 16. I can remember what I wore, but I can't remember like the food. I remember my grandma went to the hospital, but I can't remember what anybody else had on outside of my children because I've seen pictures repeated.
If we could pause it for a second, please.
So how he remembered?
Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes, Tracy.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
Gary, I hadn't seen Elise. I haven't seen her yet.
Pause it. Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Probably him.
Stina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
See it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay. You can take that off the screen. So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than, farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I
Okay.
don't mean to be confusing here.
It's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
Oh, yeah.
I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall, are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
Oh,
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on Maple Street is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
dang.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know, and I'm trying to work through this because I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza?
Correct.
All right.
There we go.
And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video.
Mhm.
And it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think
Can I see Counselor Tybor for just a second, please?
Here go Bev. Oh God, Bev, you let him go through all of that just to stop right when the man finally about to answer. I'm sick of her.
Here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home,
I'm sick of
I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah. I'd say around 5 minutes, I think, from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now if you're leaving the bar like close to, 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold. Correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day?
Correct.
Till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven?
Correct.
As well as other food that you serve as well.
Tired, you're drunk.
Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In
home?
my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse? Or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
Girl, look at him scratching.
And where did you go?
Y'all got 2 nieces who do that when they're getting in trouble and they nervous. They both start scratching behind their head. That is crazy.
When you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth?
Yeah.
And washed up?
but I did, that's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't
those
do
things.
either of those?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right, so you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
He gonna stop in bed.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after.
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19, because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs?
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine?
Maybe, I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay.
The doze off.
Fall asleep shortly thereafter.
Mario.
Soon after.
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19, because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs?
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine?
Maybe, I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay, and then you walked up 2 flights of stairs, right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay, all right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
All right. Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that
10 minutes.
10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door?
Yep. That's what you said?
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son Colin opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yep, he did. He did. That timeline messed up now.
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be, correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was sometime after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe, because that's where your family lives, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old?
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nebercracker?
What is Nebercracker?
Yeah,
Yes.
what are they?
Like the character?
That's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nebercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
What kind
The
of
character, yes.
shit going on
He
here?
was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Oh, hey.
Mr. Nebercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nebercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nebercracker, correct?
I believe so.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny. It's just the difference in cultures because I don't know what the hell Nebercracker is, but I might call somebody who's always talking about get off my lawn. I might call them Stanley. I don't know who that is. I might call the person Stanley, and people within my culture most likely will know who I'm talking about. I would say Stanley, but Nebercracker, I never heard of that before, but I get it. I never heard of it before.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you.
Twitter universe people. Y'all kept saying Colin. And I was under the impression John went to a house with people that he kind of sort of knew, right? And somebody's son who he kind of sort of knew beat him up. I did not know they had been neighbors for 5 years. I did not know that the son was doing some shit with his lawn, that he had to go complain to the daddy. Y'all need me to go back again? Okay. I didn't know that. Yep, Professor Ogilvy. Yes. Yeah, I didn't know all of this. I'm gonna go back. Yeah, I did go back. I'm sorry I had paused it, but I did go back. But what I'm saying is, this is why I thought it was so important for me to watch this trial myself. I know people wanted me to do recaps. Look at this person. This is why it's important to watch the trial yourself. Because initially, I thought John, like I said, I thought he just went to some people's house who he knew through some people, right? I didn't know how deep the ties were. Didn't know why y'all were saying this man's. Didn't know where y'all bringing up Colin for. But Colin lived next door, 2 doors down from him. So he wasn't a stranger to Colin. But let's look at, y'all watch Chris. Chris is really pissed. Chris is really pissed by this line of questioning right here, especially this part saying there was conflict with John. But here's the thing, y'all. Who better to know if he really had conflict with Colin than somebody who's sitting at the damn house with him all the time? Their family, basically, yes.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nebercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Okay. So is it your testimony?
Y'all know how we know he lying? Because now we have context to why the hell he said, "Oh, I'll go fuck up your lawn." I didn't know why the hell he said that, because that's just a lame ass joke to me. But now we know why he said that, because this man is very sensitive about that damn lawn. Oh my God.
That John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this.
Ooh.
If John O'Keefe is never cracked, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just ask for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife, Julie, went to his house.
That is correct.
And you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
Okay.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Hot now, y'all.
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
All right. And you would agree with me that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please,
Yes.
Ms. Giannetti.
I have the photo. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Mr. Albert, I place two photographs before you. Take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah. All right. I know the town owns a certain portion of it.
Straddling the fence is.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Colin took it.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife, Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
I don't know.
No, Your
y'all.
And with the court's permission, may they be published for the jury?
Okay.
Maybe
With
he
regard to
really
that
is
first
straddling the fence.
photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
You have the second photo, please? Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo now.
Colin definitely could have beat him up.
Now,
Colin took that picture.
would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, it does. Is it
Okay.
real?
I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
It's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time.
Can I say, you guys, because I just read a comment that says probably why Karen didn't want to go in that night. If Chris was not there, who he was neighbors with, right? So he was probably more familiar with Chris than he was with everyone else. And she knew that he was having these problems with Colin. I would probably say, Chris not in there? Because the daddy not there to make sure his child act right. Maybe you need to go make sure it's cool because Chris is not there. Chris seems to be the person they're more familiar with. And Chris wasn't there. So now I understand why Karen was like, go make sure it's good. Because if the daddy and the wife not here, and they've already insinuated that the wife left when Karen got there. So I don't know what that's about. But if the party that I'm most familiar with is not there, then why are we going over here? We know of these people, cool, but you're more familiar with Chris. And if Chris is not there, baby, go cool, make sure it's good. And when he never came, I don't know, especially if Colin the only one in there. And I'm hearing you tell me all the time how much of an asshole Colin is. You probably done call Colin all types of stuff. I'm not going in there. Go make sure. Go make sure. And if I already been drinking, I'm going to know it, baby, I'm going home too. What is that? Baby, Uber home. Uber your ass back home.
You know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
It's correct.
Your old home, correct?
I don't think
where I grew up,
15.
Yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
T-Friend, was Colin 17 when all this happened?
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure. Oh, y'all saying Colin was a teenager? Okay, he was 17. And we're supposed to think he beat John. John was 6'2", 200 pounds up by himself. I ain't buying it. No, something. He didn't do that by himself. Something may have happened, but Colin didn't do it alone.
Just one other question, sir. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
Right. Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
I know he got to come back up, baby.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you came?
Sometime in April that the election was over, April, second week in April, maybe?
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Burke.
Sorry, let me respond to Diamond real quick. Diamond, we're watching Karen Reed. She's the defendant. Her boyfriend is who was murdered. Now, the state alleges that she was drunk. She reversed her car, ran over him with her car. The defense, they allege that she's being framed by a really prominent family in the town that they live in. He was found in front of the man that's on the stand. He was found in front of his brother's home. That's where she says she dropped him off at. She ended up coming back like maybe about 4 or 5 hours after she dropped him off, and he's in the snow dead. He looked like he'd been beat up. So we're right now, my money is on something ain't right. The investigation was terrible. It sounds like people are hiding things. So I really do believe that they did something to him at the house. But yeah, this is the brother of the homeowner.
Wait, so the Kim police, when was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe?
So well after January 28, 2022?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
Yep.
Another was about to go to college.
Correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling
Objection.
I know the hell he's not finna say that.
No, I'm going on.
Once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids.
I knew he was finna say some foolishness like this. I knew he was about to. So because my sister's selling her house, I'm gonna say, you know what? I might need to sell mine too. A home that's been in your family for that long. Cause baby, stop it. Stop.
Kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
But here's the crazy part, y'all. Just like Brian took over his parents' house, Brian's children could have taken over his home if he really just wanted to move, save it.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Let's move on from that.
Now, with regards, regard to your son Colin when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point?
None.
And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that day?
None.
Now, with regard to
the Never Cracker. What was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, I think called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John, and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
Karen don't think he thought it was funny.
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
Correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
Yeah,
And how did he respond to those photographs?
he thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him, other people, that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up, Mr. Lau.
One last question. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the lawn.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further. Nothing further.
All right, you are all set.
I will say this about Bev. She is annoying, but I will say on Lally's cross, she will stop him. Y'all know how sometimes Paige, they'll let Miss Love and them just ask all of those damn questions, and you're like, wait, this was not on cross. Or even sometimes in the Rocky trial. Hey, they didn't even ask that on cross. Why are you now bringing up new stuff? She will keep them together. I appreciate that.
Mr. Albert, and
Thank you.
jurors, we're going to take a recess. It's not going to be sitting there like a juror. It's not going to be too long. I'm going to end.
If the witness would just stay where you're
Yeah,
at.
please
thank you.
stay there. So that's okay. So-
Jurors, if you'd fold your notebooks, please do on your chairs. Follow me. All right, here we go.
So it's all about a 10-minute
You are
break, 'cause
muted.
I want to get more testimony.
Yeah, this one.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yeah, the wife looked like she was me.
Right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert, Albert.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
Is she
And
trying
how
to
long have you lived with us?
A little over 2 years,
And
No.
how long in total have you lived in Canton?
my whole life, 48 years.
And where did you live just prior to living on Maple?
I lived at 7 Meadows Avenue in Canton.
And how long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows Ave?
15 plus 20 years.
Julie got to put that liquor down. Julie, and I ain't even saying this in a nasty way. The liquor is killing my girl. Julie does not look 40 anything. She got to put it down. It's aging her terribly. She got to put the liquor down.
Isn't it about 20 years?
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Can't trust
Yes,
her.
I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And I bet money Kristen want to tell us that Julie was just drunk as hell. That's why she had to leave. She said those are drugs. Julie was probably drunk as hell and he didn't want to say that. Neither of them can tell us when Colin got in the house because they don't know when they got in the house. If it wasn't for the video from the damn waterfall, Chris wouldn't be able to tell us when he got in the house. No.
And your 3 boys, how old are they?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
Damn, I know that's right.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes,
What does he do?
he owns a restaurant in Canton,
What's the name of the restaurant?
D&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe to the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses are on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John Oakey?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and there was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move into Meadows?
I think he moved in 2017-ish, maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street, and we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that that knew you that also knew him?
Yes, yes.
Who were some of those?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that.
Y'all see that? Jennifer McCabe is one of her closest friends.
He was guardian for?
Yes.
And you were.
Just to point out, that means Jennifer is very well aware of who her son Colin is, and she was at the party that night. She would cover up for her before she would Karen and John.
Familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
Yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Ms.
Maybe in like 2021, like, you know, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, you know, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom?
Yes, between her lawyers right over there.
That's a record of like identification
Okay.
by the witness. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Is that something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before, to a bar in Canton.
By the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or well, let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago?
January, yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
When you say we had plans to sort of go out, who was the we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole.
Valerie, is dentures or is meth like Keith's saying? Meth or some type of other one? Because that mouth is moving. It could be dentures.
My niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friends?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is
Could be
she how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Brian. Okay. That would be sort of
Brian Senior.
for lack
Yep.
of a better term.
Yep.
Your husband Christopher, how many siblings does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist of?
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
And is Waterfalls, where is it?
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
And from your husband's pizza shop at E&E to the Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
I am Allen.
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or
No, opposite sides.
Now,
She might be drunk or something.
when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else? Or
I'm gonna skip her, y'all.
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they lived, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
This shit probably.
While you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that yes?
you know.
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously.
That Courtney Proctor had recommended.
Ooh, baby, look at Karen. Stare Scarecrow down, baby.
Objection.
Do you?
Your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still? Mrs. Albert, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe?
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, you knew one of.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, here we go, yeah. Did I say Scarecrow? Did I say Scarecrow?
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Albert, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the home or anything about the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before when you were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you.
Let's go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
She's sickly.
Correct.
Yes, I did.
I just wanted to pick up on a question that, and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I don't
know. It was February 10th of 2022 that two state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, You knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, and when you say you knew them,
Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships, Jackie. So if you do receive a membership, make sure you tell Jackie thank you. I know y'all normally do that, but thank you so much, Jackie.
Him. I'm sorry, him.
okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
I am.
And by the way, your maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialized with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Mr. Bay. No, everybody.
Y'all, why would the man say objection and then Bev asks the question? I don't know why she does it like that, but that's always funny to me. Girl, look at Karen staring these bitches. Damn. Oh, Jackie, not this your second day, girl. Thank you.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
Need a time frame, Mr. Newman.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Before January of 2022, did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
$2019. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer.
Okay.
And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis.
I knew it was
after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
And Jack and Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece and nephew, correct?
Yes.
The Proctor family entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
It's sustained as asked.
You know that Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he also was from Canton?
Yes.
You knew his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
Don't send no
And
Pete Lauren.
You were also aware.
First of all, let me just say thank you guys. Because Lauren's post, she said, I don't even have enough money to get food today, but I'd send you super chat memberships if I could. Lauren, are you being serious about the food thing, friend? Because send me your cash app to my Instagram. I'll buy you some food today. But thank y'all, because I do know everybody going through stuff and you don't have to get on this live. You don't have to give anything to me. You don't have to give anything to my channel, but you guys do. And I appreciate that. And Lauren, if you serious, girl, send me your cash app. Chick-fil-A on me today. Send me your cash app, because don't tell me you don't. And please don't anybody ever go without food trying to bless me. Because, baby, I'm telling you, God gonna take care of me. Take care of you. Take care of you. Be a blessing to you. Be a blessing to you. Girl, Lauren, stop.
That Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
Please, Gwen. Thank you.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
Thank you, Jenny. Yes.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the
And my cash apps it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen too.
Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
The pool photo. I know she's not in on Christmas.
May we approach?
Sure.
Hold on, y'all. I didn't, y'all. I was trying to message her.
Yes.
You've
that through this witness. Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
Son was a ring bearer at the wedding.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
Whoever just texted me, I just messaged. Thank you, Pooh. Thank you, Pooh. Miss Pooh just gifted 10 years.
May we approach?
Thank you. Hold on. Y'all start talking right every time before the whisper comes.
House, correct?
Yes.
The pool photo. I know she's not in on Christmas.
Y'all, what the hot mic say? I couldn't even make out what it said.
May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, I got the 2 cash apps, guys. So I'm about to send it now. Thank you, guys. So thank you to the chat. Thank you to, hold on, y'all. Let me tell you. I want to make sure I say it. Thank you to V and Resmaya for purchasing Lauren's lunch today. Thank you, guys. I'm sending it over to her now. I appreciate you guys so much for being a blessing because she definitely been helping us out in this chat, baby. All right, it's sent. So, Lauren, the chat just bought lunch for you today. Chat bought lunch for you today, girl. All right, y'all, what did the hot mic say? Hold up, y'all. What did the hot mic say, guys? Can you tell me what the hot mic said? Hold on, y'all. Val, I know you heard it. What the hot mic say? The hot mic said, I know she lying. The pool photo. I know she's lying. What? I have the pool photo. Okay, I got to go back one more time, guys. So sorry about that. Once get Lauren situated, we got her done.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your son was a ring bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
The pool photo. I know she's not in on Christmas.
Okay, hold up. Hold up. Time out.
May we approach?
Sure.
Time out, y'all. I want to make sure I let y'all know. Y'all know we got lunch covered for Lauren. I just got 1, 2. Shout out Shay, Aaron, Cass. Just sent more cash apps that I'm forwarding over to Lauren right now from you guys. Oh shit, hold up, y'all. I'm forwarding these over to Lauren right now. Thank you guys so much for blessing her. Let me send them real quick, y'all. Let me send them to her though while we're on live. So Lauren, I'm about to hold up, y'all. I don't know, but I mean, it don't cost nothing to be a blessing. So thank you guys for blessing her. And this is from, I'm gonna put millionaire chat in here. Hold on. All right, it's sent. Thank you guys. We are family. I appreciate you guys. So I sent it over to her, so she does have it. I don't know if she got y'all. Let me tell y'all got Lauren lunch for the week. Y'all got Lauren's lunch for the week over here. So shout out to Lauren. We appreciate you for being here, Lauren. And I really do hope you buy yourself something good, girl. Whatever your favorite meal is, either whether you cook it, whether you go to the store, you buy it, just eat something good today. And think of the millionaires when you do that, okay? Okay, I'll be trying not to skip it.
In there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Just started.
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead. Repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
Text each other, correct?
Yes.
You also talk by phone?
Very rarely.
Is it fair to, did you say very rarely you talk
phone,
to Courtney Proctor by
usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Were you using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor about this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
You lied to me?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Hold up, y'all.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
I'm going to just say this. I know that's like a real good friendship because I got sisters I don't even talk to 67 times in a year. Do you hear me? 67 times within a 7 month time frame. 60 plus 7, Alice, you heard me. 60 plus 7. Hey, Emmy. 60 plus 7. That's not a person you very rarely speak to. Baby, that's your damn home girl. And you want me to think you on the phone and you don't bring up this investigation one time when her brother is the lead investigator? That's why she look 80 years old right now. You lying. That line will catch up with you. That line will catch up with you.
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach, your memory's exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
Sure. 7 months, 67 times is crazy. Bella, I'm just now, I mean, Lauren, or is it Bella?
I mean, I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to her.
Right, no, I just wanted to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was missing a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
She need glasses.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well, if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like.
Mr. Yannetti, just bring them up, please.
It took me a while to figure them out, but anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Bev must need some type of anxiety medication or something. Because then why would she do that? Just bring him up. He is trying to be friendly. He's trying to make some small talk. Bev just ain't having it. Girl, what's wrong with her?
It's the third line down.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall this.
Right, Ash.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Don't. It does not refresh your memory. That's where you have to be.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st, 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on.
Bro. Ellen, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I was like, am I seeing this right? She says, new on this channel, loving this, all except for maybe 5 Commonwealth witnesses are lying, in my opinion. I really appreciate someone from YSL coming to this trial. Thank you, friend. Great with fresh eyes from Denmark. Period, Ellen. thank you for being here. And thank you so much for blessing my channel. Thank you for the super chat, girl. I hope you have fun because I know this channel over here is just not like all the others. We like to do what? Hold up. I have to ask my chat because let me ask my, I'm not going to cry because I think I'm so used to the great people that we run into on this channel. I'm not going to cry today. I'm not going to cry today. But I'm going to tell you, my heart is very full though. Not just for this super chat, but for the way that Lauren has been in this chat since we started the trial. She's been very helpful. And she just simply said, dang, Mel, I wish I could give you this, but I don't even have $1. And you guys blessed her. Like, that's the type of people that are in this chat. And I think the community that we have built over here, it's amazing. It's amazing. I love y'all. I absolutely love y'all. But I just wanted to make sure, I want to ask my chat, what do we do over here on this chat? We start, we stop, we talk a little bit. And the fact that I know it's new people in this chat and y'all haven't been like, girl, shut up, because I don't shut up, okay? We start, we stop, we talk over here. And I love that about it. So I love y'all. I love this community. And thank you again, Ellen. Thank you for being here. And I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that you're here, Ellen, because it's a mess. But it's a good mess, Ellen. Jaleesa, I'm not. Can we put some yellow hearts in the chat for Ellen, please? I need some yellow hearts in the chat for Ellen. I need some yellow hearts for everybody who's liked the live today. I need some yellow hearts. Hold up. I know from Shay. I need yellow hearts for Lauren, for Val. Lizzie, I don't know if she's still in here. I need yellow hearts for everybody who's purchased memberships, giving memberships away. Yellow hearts for Cass, my girl, Too Pretty, V, and Rasmaya. Yellow hearts in the chat, baby, because that's us. That is us. And again, y'all, I love y'all and I appreciate y'all because this is what we build together over here. This is community. And I told y'all, this is all I be looking for. Community. This is community. And I have found that with my people. So thank you again to everybody that has contributed to this channel today in whatever way, liking, subscribing, sharing my posts wherever. You guys are the ones that help me do this. I love it. Let's say we stop and we talk because that's what we're doing. I'm talking like we sitting in front of each other. Yeah, that's it. That right. Thank y'all. So let's go.
On that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Thank you for the super chat, Rita. Rita, we like hiding the bushes supporters too. We like y'all because y'all still engaging.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
I don't recall.
The next day, February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her again for 27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next day, were you not?
Yes.
This case involved your family, did it not?
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily your family was involved in this case, correct?
Right.
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Well, yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
okay.
Yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
Not necessarily.
No, I mean,
That's what
clearly, you would have talked to Courtney Proctor about it, correct?
Objection.
So folks, why don't we end here, right? You'll have to be back tomorrow for your classes. And jurors, the 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any.
Damn, y'all. It's 2:40. Okay. Yeah, should we proceed to day 9? I think we should proceed to day 9. Because in what world will we stop our stream at 2:40? What, y'all, how long we've been on 6 hours? In what world will we stop our stream at 2:40? Hold on just a second. We're gonna keep going. I think we might get in day 10. So this might not take as long as we were anticipating, because remember, we were thinking we would only do 7 and 8 today. All right, y'all. Hey, Destin. Key. Y'all, we're gonna be here till about 7. We're gonna be here till about 7. It's really crazy. It's just crazy. It does not feel like it's not work. Even though I create income, like this is the only way I make income is from my social media pages right now. It's not work, especially doing these streams. This is probably my favorite thing to do because we're having active conversation. I just love it. I couldn't ask to have a better job. This is like the best job you could have. Okay, I think we'll probably only get through day 9, y'all. So let me fix my title real quick, guys. Because I only have 7. I need to put 7, 8, and 9 in there on these stream pages on here so people will know what I'm streaming. And then we're gonna proceed. Oh, it wouldn't let me do it. Okay, I'll fix it later. Okay, y'all, we're doing day 9 of the trial. So we'll start back with the wife of Chris Albert. And y'all see TK on trial. I'm like, he's already in jail forever. Okay.
When I asked,
Yes.
ma'am, you will recall yesterday,
All right.
I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely.
Very rarely.
Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I was I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
Very rarely. Yep.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Not daily. Not daily, not. Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many, 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I
What?
wouldn't think it's a lot.
What?
In 7 months.
What?
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but I'm not, that wasn't every day. I would.
Girl.
Okay, well, when you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any gold bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions yesterday?
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation, no. I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay. But my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Mm-hmm.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
She knows.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day
Why she said she
that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Lauren.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Yep.
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did the subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
Girl,
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
You sure did.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Look her face.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Lori.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Take place within your home?
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? And I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct?
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
Do y'all hear what he's saying? He is saying that after she interviewed, she then called the person who's interviewing her. She called his personal number, which, I mean, that's not crazy in itself. But what's crazy to me is the relationship, the close relationship that she has with Michael Proctor's sister. It's what makes that just like, I don't know about it. I don't know about that.
I may have a moment.
Okay. I don't like it.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
This is the same document. I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it and you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention to. You could look at those 2 phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach. Did that refresh your memory about those 2 phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
I don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known.
I'm going to point this out. And this is why, again, I don't believe these people. I'm going to continue to watch this case, but I am full on these people are lying or covering up something. I tell y'all all the time about my experience when I worked for those 3-letter people, okay? And even though this stuff happened in, let's say, 2021, and at this point, it's about 2 years, right? This stuff happened to me. I left that job in 2021. The bulk of the things that transpired happened in 2020. I cannot tell you dates, like an exact date, but I can give you a month and I can still give you a timeline. All of this shit, I can't remember when I got his phone number. You know when stuff happened. Did you get it a couple days before the interview, the day of the interview? Like, she knows. She knows. And the fact that all of this, I can't remember. I don't know. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. She remembers. She remembers, but she's lying and she's covering something up because I'm sorry. This is a traumatic event. This is a traumatic. That shit was traumatic to me. You can put me on the stand right now, baby. Right now, and it was in 2020. You can put me on the stand right now. I can give you a roundabout date when stuff was popping off. Do y'all think she wouldn't remember a man being found dead on her brother-in-law's lawn? She wouldn't remember what she was talking about. Girl, yes, I was on the phone trying to see what's up. She remembers. She remembers.
Known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday, that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends, no. She's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends, no. She's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister.
My sister Jillian, yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Correct.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O'Keefe's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canton, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can move on.
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
All right. But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her.
Somebody said, and she is Colin's mother. Yeah, we talking a lot of shit about her because we know she's lying. But I'm also going to say, as a mother, I don't know what I would do in this situation. I would pray that morally, I would do the right thing. Say, LJ, you're going to have to figure this out. We'll fight it. Something, right? She's trying to protect her son. I don't know what happened at night, but she's like in mama mode. And I'm sure that's what his dad, everybody's trying to do. I know we are giving them shit, but ultimately we all know why she's doing what she's doing. She is trying to protect her child. Now, here's the thing that you have to consider when trying to protect your child, right? Are you protecting someone who's going to continue to repeat the behavior? Are you have to battle against that because this may not have been the first thing that he's done, I'm sure. It's like we know she's lying, but we also know why she's lying. It's her child. It's her child. And I know we giving her shit. And I want to believe. I want to believe that I would get up on that stand and I would just be truthful, right? But damn, it's like you can never say what you will and won't do. Because hell, that could very easily be me up there. And y'all tell me, look at Melanie lying ass up there. Look at Melanie lying. Y'all, just imagine I get up on that stand without my glasses on. Y'all gonna know I'm full of shit right there. Y'all, just imagine me getting up on that stand somehow. I don't see her in the room. Knowing I wear glasses and not just no damn readers, baby. These prescription, okay? I turn to the side, they like mini Coke bottles. Not Coke bottles, but mini. You get what I'm saying? Like she's trying to protect her child. That's what she's doing.
Around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her
Check, can you help Brishon out? Brishon, I don't even know how to tell you how to do it. I've done it on my computer, but I don't know how to do it on the phone.
interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family type activities with the kids outside?
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about 1.5 years or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you? Why can't you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children?
I didn't know the exact really amount of time that, I mean, she was there a lot. Yes, she was. So yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
I want to stop you for 1
Yes.
second.
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And he went on, correct?
He said, what's up, and made a joke. And
the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party.
Yes.
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
Correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes.
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
Not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
Correct.
He was not out with you at the waterfall.
Correct.
He was out that night, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
Correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep. Around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes.
But Colin was not.
He was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
Correct.
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's the time I believe he did. Yes.
Oh, that 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time at 12:10 a.m.?
No.
Her and her husband giving the 12:10 a.m. time when footage shows he didn't even leave the bar to 12:17, baby. Y'all definitely discussed it, but it could also be them estimating, right? Estimating the time. I'll give them maybe they were estimating the time. But at this point, they should know what time, because I would have been in my phone looking at text messages, something to refresh my memory on what time it actually was.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the waterfall bully video. I think it's exhibit 53, just that portion.
Okay. maybe 60 because she's drastically different from the picture. Unless I wasn't looking at the picture, but she looks like she's aged a lot with the picture. She might be sick.
We may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Alice, I'm always trying to say, well, maybe this is why. We know they know it's when they're 12, 10. Yep.
I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again.
I hope Bev's okay with it.
Now, I believe you've testified that the waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery?
Yes.
It's Julie.
If I may just have a moment. If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you can pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video?
Okay, yeah, this is the bar. That's the bar showing her husband leaving.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? Two?
You know what? You're right. 12:14 then 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
He didn't have a car that night.
He did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the, I don't know.
All right, so your testimony would be, you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer, or anybody.
Anybody, everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at, given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate? Because
it could have.
Okay, but in any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room.
Bedroom?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband?
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long?
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up?
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you, and you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well,
You said it really bothering you.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get better.
To kick in?
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay, yes.
Now, you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 1210 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
Yeah, look at her face.
I just
calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
She said.
I just don't remember them.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law, Brian, and your sister-in-law, Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene?
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crimes?
Time out just a second, guys. I have to ask this because I need to make sure there's no scamming going on. Miss Cherie, what kind of email did you receive from me? Or are you guys receiving emails when you... Hold on, y'all. I got to answer this. Y'all real messy. Y'all real messy, and I really want y'all to really work on yourselves. It's no way I'm on the phone and I'm looking at my chat. And I'm like, these people in my chat real messy. Y'all real messy. What are we talking about? I forgot what we were even talking about. What are we talking about? The call was messy, y'all messy. The call was messy, y'all messy. Hold up, y'all. What are we even talking about? Damn, what was we talking about? Okay, thank you for Miss Cherie. Miss Cherie, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you, Miss Cherie. I was just wanting to know what the email was, make sure no one was scamming you, because there is a fake page out there. There is a fake page out there. So, I just wanted to know. I wanted to know what it was. I'm sorry, I just forgot. She said this is... No, it's not that deep. It's the call was messy and the chat is being messy. I'm like, damn, I'm having to deal with two. I'm having to deal with messy from both sides. I'm having to deal with messy from both sides, and that's crazy. And I'm back.
Seen tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of tail light strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of tail light, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's.
Brian's?
In the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home, yes.
All right. So can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Could we zoom in just a little bit? That's good. I am so bad at this stuff. Jeez. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes.
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places.
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes, in other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right, but the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay.
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you.
Yeah.
And to the left is the library.
Right.
If you go to the right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight, and as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
We can have the lights on. And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the seven of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll let, if this witness knows
I'll
independently.
say I don't know.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point,
I hate when Bev does stuff like that because it tips the witness off. Because if I hear you say, if this witness knows, I'm saying, oh, I don't know.
it was decided among the seven of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police?
Yes.
About my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with the state police this year.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
So she dodging them people.
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that. I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume. I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustained.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No.
She was not slurring her words.
No.
She was not talking gibberish.
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Everyone appeared to be having a good time that night, correct?
Yes.
And that included John and Karen from what you could see, correct?
For the 10, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Okay. Now, after you left the waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was he?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. To Fred.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there that night, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly on. Morning, Ms. Howard.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Trooper Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
It also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked at my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone. You provided it.
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster, me personally.
When you went over to your in-laws' house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point.
No.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay. Please feel free to stand up.
Sorry, y'all. Let me sidebar again. Baby, she just don't stop. And I don't know why Lally thinks he can fix this. You can't fix it. Wait a minute, she must come back from a break. Hold up, y'all. Maybe they're gonna go to break instead of oh yeah, they're going to break. So, well, why does it do that?
Suppress. And
Which is a Carney want to sit with you?
I think he's okay right there.
Are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay, so.
If I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay.
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
Sure, I'll hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, just so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress.
Which is a case that I am in the middle of that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. And I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can. But I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here. And, there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit, from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters. And here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor, Mr. Carney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Carney.
Shout out to Attorney Starr, because she taught me that word.
Covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the special assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Carney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay away order. The stay away order was exempted from Mr. Carney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Carney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Carney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is again trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Carney because at the time she hadn't.
I'm looking at the comments and listening to this man, guys. All of this is about them not allowing the journalists into the courtroom. Am I understanding this correctly? His client, you guys are saying, is Turtle Boy, who is like the Thugger Daily, I saw in the comments, for this trial. They have kicked him out of the gallery, guys, and his attorney is in here fighting on his behalf to get him back in the gallery. This is insane. There's a protection. Who the hell is the protection order on, y'all? While certain people testify, he can't be in the room. This case can't get much worse, can it? The state filed for him not to be there. Wait. 17 people have a restraining order against him? Y'all got to be kidding me. Y'all got to be kidding me. But y'all, this is crazy. Okay.
an operative order against him. And Mr. Carney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Carney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Carney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous. And on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
Okay. So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradel.
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue. Okay. We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond. Okay? All right. Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual, and the legal standard that you not be allowed to watch the trial. Literally, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual, and the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter has been adjudicated twice. Mr. Carney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. And, you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Carney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Carney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chestnut trial about published something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Carney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing
Bradel?
further. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradel, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanan. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr., son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives
All
at the
right,
same address.
it's for the same reason, so Brian Albert Jr. All right, so those are my findings, Mr. Bradel. It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay? All right, thank you for being here. All right. All right, so I'll take a short recess. We can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the.
Bev ain't shit. Bev ain't shit because how is he going to intimidate these people by just merely being in the room? I didn't like that. I don't like that. Just because they don't like him, how? Emmy said, I was just looking at your Twitter. You're on the Karen Reed algorithm. I am. My Twitter has never gotten the number it's gotten. Well, during YSL. Well, I wasn't tweeting during YSL. I'm sorry. But it picked up traction during, what's the case we just did, y'all? Rocky. But the Karen Reed trial, I definitely see the traction. That's where they are. They on Twitter, baby. But I don't like what she just did. I do not like it. It seems like she's trying to protect those people. How can him just being in the room make them feel that bad? And I've seen Brian Albert. I know Brian Albert is not worried about no damn turtle boy. I know Brian. Bye, Hallie. See you later. I know he is not worried about turtle boy. I just know he's not. But I don't like what Bev just did there. I don't like it.
The trial.
That's this crazy. Can y'all imagine them telling Miss Sylvia she can't do anything? But on the flip side, he deserves the right to be in there. Baby, I'd be streaming from the house, talking all type of shit about them on the stream. Oh, you don't want me there? Okay, cool. Baby, he should have just streamed from the house. Stream from the house during all you gotta do is stream from the house. Baby, it's gonna be there forever. It'll be there forever. That's what he should have done.
In the case now, here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I just need to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, Albert.
And where do you live?
Norwood.
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
About a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior?
Canton.
How long had you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long did you live at that house?
About 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What's your husband's?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police.
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
About 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin.
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now,
Yeah, if they get a trial date and I'm not done with this trial, what I'll probably do is just look at the main witness testimony. I'll probably do that because I want to be watching the second trial when it starts. I don't want to go back and watch it. I want to watch it as it's going on. So I can keep up with any emotions that are coming out or anything like that. So if we get a trial date, like they say, oh, it's in 2 weeks. okay, then I'll have to bite the bullet and I'll start just picking out all them people Turtle Boy can't be in the courtroom for. He can't be in the courtroom for their testimony. I'll watch all of them. Y'all get what I'm saying? I'll do that. But yes, I'm going to be watching 2.0 when it starts. So if push comes to shove, baby, I'll just watch all them people he can't be in the room for. I'll just watch all of them.
Are other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military.
And which branch is he?
The Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. You recall that day?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you've since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but.
And around that date of, so January 28th, 2022, what if any significance was?
Megan, this is Nicole Albert. Remember, this is Brian Albert's wife. It was their home.
Was the next day of January 29th.
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what if anything sort of changed in reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously it doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you at that time already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from Kansas to New York?
I believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to?
Now she know damn well who her husband rode back home with.
That date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment did you go?
We came in, walked in, I believe to the left, there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table and we ordered food and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, with anyone else came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, oh, who's that? Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, oh, it's John O'Keefe. I said, oh. So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple of years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
No.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
At one point, John walked by, towards me and my daughter at the table and said, "Hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything?" And we said, "No, thank you." I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar, and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say the Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Okay, y'all. So I want to stop. So Nicole is saying she wasn't even introduced to Karen, which I find strange. If you guys are all in the bar and why weren't you introduced? Me personally, and maybe it's a Southern thing. She wasn't introduced to her, and Julie all of a sudden left early. You get what I'm saying? All of a sudden, she leaves early. Julie leaves early. And then she wasn't introduced to the woman. So I'm like, well, was something going on? Did they not care for Karen? Like, what was it? Because how are you guys? He coming to ask, do you guys want a drink? But doesn't introduce you to his girlfriend? Like, you don't even say, hey, right. Simple courtesy. So I'm wondering, what is that about? Which, again, I can understand. Karen, you sure we can come in there? Because, shit, I was just with the girl at the bar, and she didn't even want to speak. Thug will stay free, y'all. Okay. I got to hold up, y'all. Let me see what they talking about. Thug will stay free. Hold up. Hold on. Damn. Y'all, Paige didn't waste no time. Paige said, upon consideration of the state's April 2nd motion to revoke his probation, which alleges a violation of the terms and conditions, he posted a picture of a particular law enforcement officer with the caption, "Biggest liar in the DA office," and the defendant's April 3rd response. And having reviewed the terms and conditions of his probation and by this imposed by this court, the court declines to revoke his probation based on the violation asserted. She said, "Get y'all ass on." Paige said, "Get y'all ass on." Paige said listen, Key, that's what Paige said. Paige said, "Get out of my face for real." Like, I'm not finna play. Thank you, Paige. But Thug, don't post nothing else about them people on your page, okay? Paige said, get out of my face. Listen. And this is why they call it YSL Whitaker right there. Who knew we would get so much YSL news in the last 24 hours? Who knew we would get this much news from YSL, the first damn trial, in the last 24 hours? Hold up. They told me to look at the Cliff Notes. Hold up. She said, while the court does not find the cited social media post rises to the level of the violation of the defendant's probation, it may be prudent of the defendant to exercise restraint regarding certain topics. Y'all know what she telling him? Just stop talking about them damn people. She telling him what I hope his mama told him when she saw it last night. She probably said, Jeffrey, whatever they call, what they call him, Little Jeff. Little Jeff, stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. Okay, y'all, we going back. But shout out to YSL Whitaker. But again, I'm staying with the fact if her and Nicole didn't even speak at the bar, I get her not wanting to go inside the house.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what Chris was going to do or where to go after leaving the waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, "Hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has two friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, if you want to do that, come by and do that." And she was like, "Okay, And then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff, and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get from the waterfall back to your house on this?
My husband drove the three of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the waterfall and were sort of getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major, just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on Fairview?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his two friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." I said, "Oh, okay."
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian was driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really. No.
Recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34 Fairview, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually people just didn't want to, it was, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
He was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time was that?
Couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you come?
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen, but then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? Or
no, it's open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as a wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
Y'all, what kind of party was this? Does this sound like a party to y'all? And then was the boy turning 21? Like what the hell was going on here? Like it doesn't sound like a party. So far, I haven't heard a party.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
ABL,
yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual.
Y'all, was he turning? What was she? Well, y'all to keep in mind this was some year. This was in 2022. So was he turning 23, or because I heard her say 23, so I assumed he was 21 at the time that all of this happened. He was turning 23 back then, so he's like 25 now. I mean 26 or something now. Okay.
Thing I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of comes?
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends. And then I believe my daughter, Caitlin, was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home. About how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from the waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter, Caitlin.
And you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you...
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30-ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband have both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that yes? Yes, sorry.
Where did anybody else go sort of around your house?
So I'm going to just say, looking at the timeline she just gave us, BAJ, that's Brian Albert Jr., his friends, B. Higgins, Caitlin, her, everybody was at that house at the time this man supposedly had died. They were all inside that house at whatever time this man supposedly had died. Now, I hadn't heard her say Jen's name, though. But all of these people that she's called, they're all inside the house.
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laugh and talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just kind of moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever like been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So
Marie, did she call their names? Because I thought they were there too. I just didn't hear their names, guys. So that's why I didn't say Jen and Matt. I have not heard their names. Did y'all hear? Because I thought Jen and Matt were there too.
so I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of the house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, oh, to Brian, oh, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. So no conversation. And Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
And
So that has to be a yes or no. Okay.
Sorry.
And at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you've talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John O'Keefe or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to you?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back.
Now, let me just say this too. I have sisters, and although I am a you can come with me type person, it's cool. It's got to be somebody that my sister's familiar with. And if you didn't even speak to Karen, I would think Jennifer would say, is it cool if him and Karen come too? You didn't even speak to the woman at the bar. It sounds like we need to get an okay before we tell them they could come. So I'm not buying it.
Back to the waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual. Just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, after your daughter, Caitlin, gets picked up and she leaves, what if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, shut the lights, and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing. We have 5 kids. Everyone's coming in and out at different times. Like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster. So a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
He was awake. He was just lying in bed watching TV.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything like that?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning of the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear from my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children, something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. Your second.
All right, next question.
Darn, if I may. Can we approach?
Okay.
One thing about it, Karen gonna stare at every last one of these damn witnesses. Look at her. Nobody escapes Karen's gaze. No. Gaze. I said graze, sorry.
what was going on? What is she talking about? And I walked down the stairs into that foyer area. Officer Link was walking in the house.
Hold up, y'all. I missed something. There we go.
Sorry, one moment.
Yes, Emmy, we talked about it on here too. We did see it. I just posted about
Let me
it.
back you up just for a second and I'll get back to this. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
Between 6 and 6:30.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she says some things to you, and then where did you go from there?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on. What is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something that happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the waterfall? And I'm like, what do you mean? How could you be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
And so that front foyer would have been the front.
And Lauren, great point. Jen on that 911 call on the dash cam has been, and even every officer has testified that she was the most calm one there. She'd been so calm. She'd been calm under pressure. And we're supposed to believe she got upstairs and all of a sudden she just went crazy. Well, I mean, I guess it could happen, but I just can't believe it's as hysterical as she's saying. Because even on the 911 call, you weren't there hysterical. And that was allegedly your friend.
Front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And
when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs,
Let me tell Shay this too, because Shay, I was under the impression that they didn't speak to them until 9. Well, no. Officer Lank and Good, they were there and they got to speak to him. They let Jennifer go in the house first, and then they went and spoke to him about 6:40, probably about 15, 20 minutes, and then they left. Once they left, they went to the station, but Jen called them back. So they came back at about 9 a.m. So they spoke with them twice.
just Officer Lank,
And it's important to note the second time there were more people at the house.
are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Link at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with their Canton police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk to officers?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. I'm asking Jennifer, what happened? How did you end up here? What's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Yeah, look how she rolls her eyes.
Your Honor, as far as...
She's sad too. Look at her.
Okay.
Yeah, she smoked cigarettes. I'm wondering if that's what was going on with old Julie, because people who smoke, they like to do stuff like that with their mouths. Some people, especially they've been smoking for 40 years and stuff. So maybe that's what's going on with her. She smokes cigarettes, and it didn't occur to her because she doesn't have gum in her mouth, but that jaw and stuff keeps moving. I think it's a cigarette thing. So maybe she up there itching for a cigarette. They on her nerves so bad. She want a cigarette.
And so, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for?
With just her? I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this point?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over to your house?
Yes, at some point, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Carrie, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, "Oh,
Objection.
Okay, not what you said to, not what you said to me.
Girl, she rolling
So
them
wait for
eyes
another
every
question.
time they
Okay, sorry.
object, baby.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
he went to the door to," because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes into the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea of sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Miss McKay bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and two.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th and the 29th, it just started to snow, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interim?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or the driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
I'm supposed to believe she kept up with everybody throughout the time of this party.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
She knew where every person was at every part of this, at every moment in this party.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Mm-hmm.
review them, and then just look up whenever you think.
Are these already in evidence?
Fair enough.
Okay.
And just to ask you, ma'am, in general, in those photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes,
And what do you recognize those to be?
that's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes,
And what's contained in there is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
yes.
None of the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please.
With the court's permission.
Hold on. We need to mark these.
Ms. Albert, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes,
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
yes,
And from this photograph, you see now sort of the driveway and where that is.
yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
The driveway was right here. The two garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now, in reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Could have been 4. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think 4.
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles are we talking about?
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs, is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
Just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60?
And again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him into your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and something, if you could direct the jury's attention to this photograph?
I believe they were right here. Somewhere here.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking.
Yes.
You this, but
Yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking at?
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Mm-hmm. 64?
Thank you.
Yeah.
On FaceTime. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah, the side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep, that door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time of January or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles go in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get one or two of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates, January 28th and the 29th, and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we had maybe put mine in there because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58.
May I approach, John?
Yeah. No. Okay.
Now, in addition, let me ask you this. At this time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes.
And how many pets did you have?
We had one. We had a dog.
What was the dog?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She's a German Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of?
Y'all mean to tell me poor Chloe was already, they already got her from a shelter. She had gotten comfortable in her home. She was already an orphan, had gotten comfortable in her new home, and they shipped poor Chloe ass to another house. They done, poor Chloe. I could never do Barchi like that.
So shelter, fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Yes.
And where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that point?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How would that?
Well, she pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is it a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh yeah, no, just a regular door, and it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the backyard?
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. About how long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident, January 29th, 2022, that you moved?
We moved in April of 2023.
And what, if any, plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics.
None.
Generally, not the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was in our plans that, you know, what kids were starting to get older, we were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021, my husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
Now they got these lies
My
together.
husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we decided.
Let me tell y'all something right damn now. The market in 2022 was not like the market in 2020 and 2021. Girl.
Thinking, hey, you know, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out.
Yes.
We weren't going to be able to stay in that house. You know, it's like a 5-bedroom house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot of work. We couldn't afford it. You know, so we said maybe now's the time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December.
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved.
Objection, leading.
The objection sustained. Ask a non-leading
That's how he came
question.
around that corner, y'all.
When was it that the sale was finalized?
April of 23.
Damn, they
And
came
as
out
far
of the
as
house.
selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2020?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened. We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
Show me. You have to show me.
Yes.
Jasmine, something about the market was doing really, really well. Baby, if you sold under 40, if you sold it under $45,000 under, that's not a really good market. 45 over is a really great market. Girl, stop. Ash, they weren't getting nothing. They was getting
All right, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I finally get to see her. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from say 7:45 till about midnight.
So about 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yes. Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I saw them fooling around with each other, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could show just a screenshot of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
I may do like midday 12 to something. Might be 11. Yeah. But I'm definitely gonna do it.
May I approach you for recording?
Yes. So can you take this down just until the witness has it, please? I thought you were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes, if that's
Okay.
If you see ads,
So
there might be some
what are you
YouTube
doing
doing.
with
we
it?
mark that as an exhibit forward.
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the juror that you were just going. Okay.
If I could show you this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will mark it for
Oh,
identification.
sorry.
All right.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
Sorry.
We'll mark it for identification, but this is incorporated in what exhibit number?
I believe it's exhibit 53, Your Honor.
All right, just so our record's clear.
Thank you.
One screenshot is W for identification.
Thank you. All right, so now you can,
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen what the witness is looking at.
okay?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to display it on the screen now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to tell.
Over the other individual who's sitting right next to him. And I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm sorry, are we taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much to it.
My question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever?
He's
A highly trained fighter?
He's a Marine.
No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Why would Bev not want this in? If their stance is that this is a cover up, why wouldn't you want in that this man is a trained fighter? Come on, Bev. Bev, you're gonna have to do better to hide it. Bev's gonna have to do better because, like, why would you want that in?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means.
Girl.
I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
But he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, could I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
And Mr. Bates, if I could have you start the video at 5:14. Sorry. If you could pause. This video?
No, I don't.
Do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right, so this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. You could play just for a little bit longer.
Yates, this is Brian Albert's wife.
Pause. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
I don't.
You could play just a little bit more. Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
So that would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct?
Yeah.
But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle.
Yes. Yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about. Yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question.
Mm-hmm. That's the
You
one
answer
car
that?
she didn't put.
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
Where did your husband strike that? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection.
They were drunk.
Of what I'm pretty sure I remembered, he pulled in first, he backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there. and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified, when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said that.
Shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
Heading out the door.
When you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you have never mentioned. Yeah, I know what she's trying to do. If she left that bar at like 12, right? Let's say she got in the car 12:02. That means she would have made it to her house about 12:10, 12:15, which means by the time his daddy got home, blah, 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 Colin should have been at home too. That's all she's trying to do. Well, as soon as we got there, he was leaving. That's what she's trying to do. Seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house?
No, I'm not saying he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night?
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived?
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention, but I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him leave?
I did not see him leave.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Okay.
Yep.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
With dogs, a couple dogs, yes.
Ms. Albert, she also has a bite history with humans, doesn't she?
Objection.
Ask that differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman whose dog it was tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
There are actually two individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was two women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe. The other one may have fallen or something, but I'm not sure 100%.
There were two women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
Oh, is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
You got rid of her.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
Was that testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Approach, because I want to know. She talked about giving information. Where old Chloe at? Where is Chloe? Girl, all these people look alike in Boston. This is crazy. I didn't get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Okay.
Wait a minute, y'all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
She bothered up there, baby.
Ms. Albert, you're aware that we actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was.
That's a yes or no from there. Yes or no?
Well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Y'all been up on some messy shit. Because why we can't talk about this dog?
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th.
Mm-hmm.
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash?
There needs to be an answer.
Sorry, no.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling?
No.
And you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And Adia McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that sort of line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection. Is there a question?
We're getting a question, so go ahead.
You were very specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
Oh,
Told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And
they were.
You told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. She did.
Okay.
She just said that.
But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
They could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps?
It's a poorly worded question. I will rephrase it. When you open the front door of your house,
Uh-huh.
How many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
Y'all, why did they
You testified earlier that Brian Higgins.
Y'all, why did they automatically think most of this happened in the basement? Can somebody tell me in the comments?
Left 34 Fairview first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
And that was fresh.
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant Lank?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. God, going up 3 flights of steps. Thank you, guys. Hey, what you doing over there?
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2 of this supplemental.
Would you show the prosecutor, please?
Yes. Just so I can please refer.
Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at page 2. And you don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here.
Down here, 7? Or,
Actually, this section right
Okay.
here, the second paragraph to the bottom. And you don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how, can I approach, Your Honor? Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that's conducted, correct?
Yes.
With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
yes, the morning of.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
Is your
yeah.
recollection- yeah. Is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
I do not recall saying that. I've maintained.
And I would take her word on the 29th before I take her word today, because she done put her daughter leaving at 2 a.m. I'll take the 29th over the days later.
In every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood. And that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure. It was more of a conversation than an interview. Is that right?
I guess you could say that.
May I approach? Yes. Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that to Sergeant Lank?
I don't believe I said that. I think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said, and any other time I was questioned, that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't,
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter.
no.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night.
Yes.
Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
Yep. But they did.
I'll allow it.
They did.
Did you?
Yep.
Of course, we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
Yes. Yep.
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lang.
Yeah. Yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct? Ooh.
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him.
Bro. So when you have something that happens at your house, you just start excluding people because you feel like, well, they left at a certain time, so they shouldn't even be included. I know Nicole ain't sitting her ass up there saying that. Nicole said well, I started thinking about people there after 12:15. Why 12:15, Nicole? Girl.
He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
Why you give their names?
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in.
You don't know that for sure. Keep in mind, y'all, she said he was at the table. Then she said as she was walking in, he was walking out like, oh, I'm finna go. My ride about to come pick me up. Then she said, you know what? I can't even tell you for sure if he left or not. I don't know if he Nicole, come on now, friend. Damn, come on.
Didn't even think of him.
Yes, you did.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Yes, you did.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Girl. He said, I believe he left. She said, I can't tell you for sure.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Damn, they approached.
Okay, approach sidebar or you? Okay.
Yes.
Now look at Nicole. Look at her. I know that's right. She piercing them little lips.
So Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you
Baby, they just up there having a little lip war.
have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Mine.
Thank you.
Robert, I'd like to show you this photograph which purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house,
Yep.
the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Do you want me to show it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Right up here.
Oh, hell.
So your bedroom is in that upper left-hand quadrant,
With
correct?
the view of the body.
Yes.
They said it.
The far left window, that's your bedroom window. Is
Yep.
that right?
Yep. The two of them.
So on January 29th, you had two bedroom windows
Right
on the
by the
left
body.
side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Ms. Little?
Damn,
Or
man,
keep the
what
lights on?
happened to
I just want to keep track of that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
Can I have a moment?
Sure.
Y'all, she right there by the body. She want a cigarette so bad.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I
Probably smoked
initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Oh, it's a Newport short.
Ms. Albert, what about the two calls that you
Now, she probably one of the ones with the cigarettes with the camel on it.
received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
You're aware that the Cellbrite records indicated that you answered two calls from your sister
Objection, Your Honor.
and 6:08 a.m.
The objection sustained.
But why?
Your Honor, may I approach
Yeah.
the witness?
Okay.
She said they found them. They found them. She definitely smoked cools. He smoked some hard.
You can take a look
like
at
her
this
hands
report.
smell like cigarettes. I can tell from their hair she don't wash it every day. Her hand smells like cigarettes. I bet. Hardcore smoker. She might be
Ms.
a
Albert,
pack a day.
you received
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before.
Ooh, cigs and coffee. Ooh.
Thank you. May we approach?
You know how people who do smoke cigs and drink
I'm gonna
coffee,
take
that
that
has
from
to be by the mug. Baby, she probably a pack a day. How does John's family sit here every day and think Karen did it? Ooh, right there.
Okay, and you can give it back to Ms. Albert.
Thank
you. And you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
Yes,
It says here 2 calls were placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room, besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m.
Now you know she ain't shit. Now she's saying Chloe done answered the phone. Ciao!
Someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Sorry.
Goodbye. Okay.
Prior to her coming into your room?
I did not,
Or did you answer that?
because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were.
All right.
Your Honor, before we start, Exhibit S, which was marked for identification, I believe the proper foundation is laid. I'd ask.
So let's not do that from there. Let me see it, please.
Sure.
Do we have S as in Sam, or X?
Identification.
S as in Sam?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, it wasn't today?
Why don't you come to sidebar, folks?
It's on this. The parties have stipulated that Exhibit X is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview,
Yeah, not a photo.
not a photograph.
Okay, sure. Now you can approach the witness if you, oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Your Honor.
Okay, so that will be our next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
You actually need it.
Can I approach? Yes.
Erica, they have entirely too many sidebars.
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes.
She obviously had access to the house.
Yes.
The door wasn't locked.
Nope.
That's sort of a typical practice for you.
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in supposed to lock it. They didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you've had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow, correct?
Yeah,
Objection, Your Honor.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who's freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
I love rethinking the question. Can she just ask? Look at,
Ms.
oh,
Albert, you had blankets in the house.
yeah, look at Nicole rolling her eyes.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets in the house, correct?
Yes.
You were also lying next to a first responder
Objection.
that morning, correct?
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor your husband came outside to help Johnny, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Baby, she pissed.
With regard to phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m., did those phone calls wake you up?
No.
Did you answer those phone calls?
No.
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
No.
Fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
No.
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went to voice?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your dog, Chloe, following that incident in May of 2022, what, if anything, did you and your husband do with regard to the person that had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took in the process of rehoming your dog?
Well, initially I had called a bunch of shelters and they were pretty much telling me that it would be hard to rehome her if she was dog aggressive and they would probably have to put her down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog, and so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me out. So she ended up finding a woman who lived in Vermont. I think she lived alone. She had big property. It seemed like a good fit. She wanted to take Chloe, and we made arrangements. And I went and met this woman halfway, and I gave her Chloe.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
For a few months after I...
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the substance of it, but...
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
Yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when your sister Jennifer McCabe comes into your bedroom hysterical that morning of January 29th, was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about the evening or the early morning when people had come from the waterfall back to your home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, you were cleaning and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight, is that correct?
Yes.
How long a period of time are we talking?
It wasn't very long, a couple minutes. Wasn't watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, relatively short period of time.
Yes. Yeah.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Get her out
Okay.
of here. She's a liar.
So you need to take this down, sir. Thank you. There was something that was just up there. Go ahead.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record, but the objection sustained.
Brian,
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
Why we can't know where Chloe is?
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I believe I have.
You have.
Where's she?
I believe so.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yo, why can't we know where this damn dog at? Why is this so hard? Where's she at? Where's the dog at?
Thank you.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Thank you.
Vermont ain't enough for me, Brooklyn. Vermont is not enough for me. Why can't we know? Y'all know why? Because that man arm is like a dog scratch.
Your next witness, Mr. Levin.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call, excuse me, Mr. Brian Albert to the stand.
Benjamin, do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Brian looks like he.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Levin.
Y'all, this is Brian Albert. Y'all know this Nicole's husband, but why does Brian look like he conduct evil experiments in their garage?
Ellie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
So could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Norwood?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, you live in Norwood with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Actually, just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with,
I'm skipping this,
How
y'all.
long have the two of you been married?
Approximately 29 years.
And we've got
And were
another
you
smack.
together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other
got
since we
another
were
snack,
13,
guys. Hold up.
14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
I do. Adjacent to the door.
No, that was anticipated coming in. Had that, anything related to that started yet?
No, I at that time, I don't recall any snow. I believe was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you with that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York for that?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York for the funeral?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew were familiar with and working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those
people mentioned you have a brother Kevin, is that correct?
Yes,
Is he a police officer as well?
he is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you came?
So that weekend there was anticipated snowstorm, and I believe the flight that we were taking with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle that morning. So we ended up driving, or after the funeral, we ended up driving with him.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then if anyone else went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically that you went first?
I initially went to the Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
Where was your vehicle parked in Charlestown?
It was at a police station, Charlestown Station. It's a satellite station located in Charlestown.
And that was in reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport, yes.
And after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
That was a Ford Edge.
Was that a personal vehicle or work vehicle?
Work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle. Where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton-Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. Not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few people were at another location in Canton, and she had asked if I wanted to come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the Waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes.
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the Hillside to the Waterfall?
Yes.
About how long a drive is that?
Maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, I at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the Waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the Waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the Hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the Waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in and I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin, I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as what year it is that you are.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yeah, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the waterfall?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the waterfall, went up to the group of your family, what did you order anything? What did you do?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table whom I believed were there before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
He lied.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
Now let me tell you something. Y'all know he knows. The Greek couple. He knows.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking that night?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that?
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone call or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrives, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night. But I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And as far as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people are on Boston?
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
And through the course of your work over the decades that you worked with the Boston Police, did you ever work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where did he work?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
What is it that you had heard of?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial, and I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the waterfall with the defendant, just for clarity purposes. You're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
Just as a record reflect identification identified the word.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by day, I'm sorry, I mean, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction or more than one interaction with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving or left or transferred. And, he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what if...
Another damn reason why I feel like she didn't want to go in the house. Both homeowners are there when she's in the bar drinking, and not one of them speaks to her or says anything. And I really want to know why.
Anything did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the waterfall then?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
And if you know, from the group that you just described at the high top table that you were a part of, what was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife, Nicole, my daughter, Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when, I'm sorry. So the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter?
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take it back just for a moment back into the waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the waterfall?
Yes.
And what was it?
Now explain to me why Brian didn't say anything about the weight loss competition, because that was the whole reason. He said for whatever reason, apparently y'all were trying to bring sexy back and not gain weight with the pizza. Why doesn't Brian know about the weight loss competition if you were in the competition? You don't want to eat pizza because you want to be fine in 2 weeks. Why didn't you know? Why he ain't saying that, y'all? I call bullshit.
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife, Nicole, mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34th Fairview, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around
You can't read. Look, Karen Reed, the Young Karen Reed Universe has brought some great people to the chat today. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump is one of my favorite movies. He said, welcome, Mel, to Karen Reed Fight Club. Fight Club? Oh, shit. First rule of the Karen Reed Fight Club. We call out these lying, murdering, Mick Alberts every damn day. Second rule of Karen Reed's Fight Club. We call out these lying, murdering, Mick Alberts every damn day. I ain't stupid. And Forrest Gump, I ain't stupid either. I'm not buying it. But I do have a question because I see y'all like Mick Alberts. Is this the McCabe's and the Alberts put together? So I'm calling them the Mick Alberts. Because I need to make sure I'm getting my lingo right. Because y'all be rolling up on me on Twitter. And let me tell y'all something about the Karen Reed universe. I can be asking a question. And maybe, y'all know I'm tweeting as I watch. Baby, they'll have everything that happened right up under the tweet. I like y'all. Y'all my kind of people. Y'all are my kind of people. Thank y'all for embracing me. I really haven't found any crazies yet. And I appreciate that. One woman did tell me she hopes that the worst part, the most traumatic event of my life is filmed and recorded and people get to talk about me like how I was talking about Jen. Besides that, friend, it's been okay. I've had a pleasant interaction with the Karen Reed universe. The millionaires, you are welcome here anytime. Okay. And we ain't stupid over here, Forrest Gump. I'm gonna tell you, we are not stupid over here. Now listen. Key, and I love it. And that's what I love. I love that for me. The trolls on X, Valerie be going in on them. Okay. And maybe it's because too I've been streaming, so I can't read every comment, but I do try to go back and respond and engage because y'all know I like to engage. So I do try to do it. I try to do that out. Check out Miss McKinney too, lawyer from Michigan, soul sister with the law degree. I sure will. Is she on X or is she on YouTube? And thank you so much again for the super chat. Thank everybody again for all the super chats I received today. We've been going 9 hours, y'all. And it's just 6 o'clock. Y'all know I could go to about 8.
Around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using that?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as exhibit.
Okay, y'all.
Video from the waterfall.
But if I skip, then I'm not gonna know where he's lying at on crowd.
And Ms. Gilman, with reference to channel 3, if I could have the voice video now.
Got to be reasonable.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Now, Mr. Albert, direct your attention up to the screen to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
I can't
Yes.
skip it, y'all.
And what's up there is that,
speed it up.
to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what
Legal
the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
About the
And, sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With the time band across the top there, I can't really. I can see some people around the table that we were standing.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
So I had a, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived in your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
You said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have plowed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many, around this time of January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles did you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of, and I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at college. Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has a 2-car garage.
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you, I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
That leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the, we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had two friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacation?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his two friends?
And my nephew, Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son, Colin.
About how old was Colin around that?
I believe he was just about 18. 17, 18. He's in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the two girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the two girls. Brian and the two girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
He said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later he left your house?
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now, at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So quick to lie. He too quick to lie for me. You mean he gonna say, I thought, what's wrong with this assuming y'all know what people are talking about? He was about to get amnesia. He just figured he'd already put them in the house. So after Colin left, who else arrived? Oh, nobody. Oh, my bad. I thought you meant after everybody else was already there. What? That don't even make sense.
So when my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay. So they arrived sometime after Colin had left?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And what kind of pets did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? So what I'm asking you is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard? Or?
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
So the entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
And beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
And when you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you've lived there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Trying to explain why he didn't hear all the commotion outside his window, because he lives near a train. He tunes stuff out.
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house was everybody else sort of situated?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen, but they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. We were wishing Brian a happy birthday, and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
And what kind of photos are we talking?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines, or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, And I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time was he talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down and people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that,
Time out. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Sergeant Good say he saw Brian Higgins at the station between 1 and 1:30? So how could he have left at 1:30 if he was at that station between 1 and 1:30? They keep pushing that time. Why? They're purposely pushing the time back.
After Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day, yes.
And so at any point in time, after you went upstairs, after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
When you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think Jen and Matt was still there, and the two, Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house went outside and then came back?
Yes.
Who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time did you know was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, your wife, Nicole, you share a bedroom with, did she come upstairs?
Yes.
Do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, is as far as the front doors and the back doors, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
With, when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
And how was that, let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock the doors?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort of following 2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't, but it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs, watched TV and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
And the dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, daytime morning, of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came in?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came in the room?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Section. Next question, please, Christine.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police.
This I'm going to allow in with that foundation.
Go ahead.
She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them?
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
Y'all, not him acting like he don't know who the Canton police officer was.
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name, Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was, yes.
Did you socialize or friends or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him is essentially what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lang, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Lang at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
You know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife, Nicole, her sister, Jen, and I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen of your house?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. The Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with them on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes, the second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Now, going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife, Nicole, my sister-in-law, Jen, her husband, Matt, had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to the house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins.
Why did you call Brian?
Because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what had happened.
And as far as you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr.
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house. And my sister-in-law, Julie, also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law, Julie, came by your house?
Yes.
And why was that?
So she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law, Julie, was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that morning?
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes, I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
And as far as when that was described to your sister-in-law, Julie, how would you describe sort of her demeanor or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Shock. That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt, Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house and I think she came back later in the morning, so I'm not sure if she was there.
Can y'all remind me, Julie is friends with who? You see, Julie is best friends with someone who informed her. While he trying to act like Julie pulled up to the house with the donuts and then she just figured it out. No, someone told her about what happened. I know Julie is Colin's mom, but she said somebody told her what was going on, y'all. I got to figure it out because I don't know if I wrote that down. I know she friends with Courtney. That's Trooper Proctor's sister. She cool with Courtney, but she BFFs. Was it Jen? It's Jen. It's Jen. I got to write that down. Yeah, my notes everywhere. I'm like, no, somebody real in it told her. Jen called Julie. You see how he up here trying to act like she was coming to drop off? She was coming to just drop off them. And I told her, come on in the house. I got something to tell you. No. Jen had already called her. She went ahead and brought donuts while she was doing it, but she was heading to their house anyway. Jen called her. There we go. She was heading to their house anyway. Trying to act like, oh, she got there and then I had to let her know. No, buddy. Yes, buddy.
And at some point when your sister-in-law, Julie, came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with her?
Her husband, my brother, Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with the coffee, the police were not there.
Now, when you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front, and that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out your window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw an ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And at any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Now, as far as what you're learning, sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes.
Baby, do y'all hear what he said? He said they were conducting an investigation. I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it. How does he get to make that decision when the man was literally dead on his front lawn? How do you get to just make a decision that you're not going to interfere or have anything to do with it when the man was found dead on in your front yard? How do you sit on this stand and say something like that? You don't get to decide that. If their defense strategy is that this was a cover up and your family this, that, baby, you just proved it right there. Because who says you have the authority to say that you won't be included in an investigation where your house is the damn crime scene?
I'm sort of verging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning. At any point around there, were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers prior to that day?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with him?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe?
Well, my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house. My sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
Yes, T-Friend.
And at the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who, if anyone else, they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you?
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matt?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
Now, one of these damn officers said everybody was together. Now, he coming behind them and saying they were separated. Am I tripping? Y'all, am I tripping? Because I could have sworn they were all together being interviewed. Now he's saying when one person would be interviewed, the other person would be upstairs. So the couple not being interviewed would go wait upstairs. Like, do he want us to believe that? Brian. Okay, they were together.
If I may have one moment, Joan.
Yes.
May I approach, Joan?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 8 photographs and then to review them and look up.
Sure.
And y'all know why he's doing that, because he knows that they should have been together when they were getting into it. He wouldn't do that at a crime scene. He knows. Callie, I'm ready.
He recognizes.
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and accurate portrayal of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury to discuss with the witness briefly.
Hey, you can put them up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start with Exhibit 58. Mr. Albert, sir, there should be on the desk in front of you a laser pointer. Actually, we already.
I have that. It's a flagpole, a way open, and sometimes it's closed.
Driving with the fire hydrant, flagpole, things like that.
Y'all, we already know
Yes.
about the front of the house.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the.
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out your window or at some later point.
Wait a minute. Let me see what that is.
Yes.
And from this photograph, if you could just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located?
His wife showed us.
So my drive, I guess you could say to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house. And obviously, at some point, you moved from the house on Fairview in Canton to Knoll, correct?
Yes.
And when was that first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
Well, what was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling the house?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and that a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily.
Your brother Christopher put you in touch with.
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately selling until April.
And I'm just going to say this. If the housing market was that great, it would not have taken months to sell their home. Their home wouldn't have even been on the market a week. During COVID, homes weren't even on the market for a day. They were gone. So please kill me. I mean, miss me. Shoot. Miss me with the housing market was so good bullshit, because it was, no, that's not a so good market. That's lying.
Did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29th.
Yeah, let me go see.
Absolutely not.
Oh God. Well, we about to watch, girl. We about to get Cross out of here.
Yeah, just one moment now.
Yes.
They gotta be, but the whole housing market is so good, they gotta let that go because no, it's not.
Can I see Councilor Tybart for just a second?
Okay, y'all. I think she finna let them go. Yeah, we actually gonna make it to summer day 10. Cause y'all know I gotta be out here for Miss J's court of opinion.
All right, so Jones, rather than start cross-examination.
All right, y'all. Yeah, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it to day 10. Okay, cool. Yeah, we are closer and closer to Jen because Jen is like day 13 or 14. So we are really close to getting to Jen. And I hear Jen is gonna piss me off. If she gonna piss me off worse than these people, So we're gonna finish his cross tonight.
Process is not the first time you've testified in the court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
Ooh, yep.
In what aspect? In as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath?
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was,
No, Cal.
I believe,
Kaylee, sorry, no.
on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
You've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time?
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time, no.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep for this?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
What?
Okay, that was my question. Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes.
When?
Approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
Yeah.
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
Bye, sir.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did
Y'all, I got to go get some wine.
that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here or the DA's office.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony.
Who in the chat said, somebody said, he playing in our face, acting like, you know, he's a cop. We know he's reviewed all this stuff over and over. Whoever you are, y'all said, oh, he playing in our face. Baby, he really playing in our face. His ass done went through his whole grand jury testimony. Woo! Child, you got to be shitting me.
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
Which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
I was a small snippet of the video and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like?
I wish one of my kids would answer a question like that. We were just fooling around. Fooling around, what's that? Oh, it means we were just fooling around. Baby, use your words. Use your words and not those.
Like arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just.
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No. Remember a part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And, well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase.
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
Right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low when you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose, no.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have, I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No.
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
No.
You stick by that testimony?
Yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No.
Never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
No.
You're aware that your wife testified before you?
Yes.
Did you I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
No.
So she came home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up?
No. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
What's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say?
Yes.
Consider that a road trip?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes.
What was the location?
The hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes.
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No.
Did her name ever come up?
No.
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
No.
during that entire day?
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you. You saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
You were situated at a high top table, right?
Yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you, and you two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Yes.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No.
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
No.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant. And I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family. And I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes.
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes.
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
Yes.
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
Yes.
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe so.
Not in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes.
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
Jenny, we got a couple of more weeks with these long hours, y'all. Y'all never know. I might put in all these hours and say, fuck that damn job. Don't tell my family I said that.
The truth?
Yes.
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
Yes.
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
No.
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
Yes.
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And the same oath you took on Friday.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
No, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes.
You'd have read the whole thing.
Yes.
And you don't recall making that statement?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and I'll see Councilor Tybar when you leave that with the witness.
Just please take a look at that.
Sure.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before.
Thank you, Forrest Dump. Just gifted 5 Millionaire Mail memberships. If you are gifted a membership, please put TYFD. I'm trying to make y'all not type a lot in the chat. Thank you, Forrest Dump, in the chat. If you are gifted a membership, thank you so much. And thank you guys again for being here. If you've been here with me since like 8:35, then what the hell y'all doing? Because we've been on for 10 hours and 50 minutes. I think we're about to hit 11 hours. So, if you've been on, if you have been on with me, thank you guys so much for rocking with me. It's just so good, y'all. We can't even look away.
Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said, I've never met or seen her before. And then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right. That's my sentence.
Okay. So which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I've met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with his second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident. Is that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior, yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar?
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people, yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother?
Yes.
A guy named Tim Daly?
Yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there?
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there?
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there?
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there, correct?
Yes, she was.
In fact, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it and then look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
I published this on.
Okay, is it already in evidence or you?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you publish
I
it?
have that marked as next in order.
Yes.
And then.
The exhibit 67.
Thank you.
permission to publish on it?
Yes.
Thank you. You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach John?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo, you're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, 2 sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
We can turn the lights back on, please, and take the photo down.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No.
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
No.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim.
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right.
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah,
it was John. Yeah.
Yeah, why the hell Bev get so mad when they leave those exhibits up? Damn, let them finish the question. Who can I need to ask y'all because we haven't done this in a while. Who do y'all think? Wait a minute, what happened to Miss Sheila? What the hell? Hold on just a second. Thank you. Forrest Gump said lies. Hold on. Miss Sheila said my money tighter than the G-string. Bye, Miss Sheila. Bye. Y'all, who do y'all think took the picture? Who do y'all think took the picture? Who took the picture, y'all? Like, who else could have taken the picture? It's a process of elimination. Forrest Gump, I thought you had told me. I thought you was talking to me. I thought you said. Yeah, I saw Ball Punk. I said, damn, friend, I thought we was cool. Why you switch up so fast? I just happened to look down and all I saw was Ball Punk. I'm like, damn, hold on. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, all I saw was Ball Punk. I'm like, damn, I thought we was friends. Like, I thought we was friends, and now I'm bald head because y'all know, as a short hair girly, y'all know that's the first thing people like to say when they get mad. What's up, bald head? Bald head ass. They love to say that. So I thought, I'm like, damn, what did I say? Like, what happened for him to call me? For them to call me a bald punk. And then I forgot that it's a bald punk on the screen. Yeah, it's a bald punk on the screen. Well, you know, Erica, that's the first thing people like to say when they get mad, girl. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I don't need to know.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, right?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
You were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him, no.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time, yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowey's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before.
Why would
Correct?
you lie?
That's what you said.
That's not my whole response, no.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response, yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
Are you referring to the state grand jury? Or?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah, yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds. If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Do you recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Say her
What does
name,
it appear
baby.
you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Let me play it. Stop. Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
Yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her.
And baby, just like a cop, he constantly saying the defendant.
He's answering.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole night.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have, yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert,
Why did he do
you
it?
knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
Baby, it's hot.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
Can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
What the hell do how she want to ask it? Bev gets on my damn nerves.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
Yes.
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
Oh.
But that's the words that those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before?
Good way.
True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are?
Now, big Big Brian doing the goddamn most up there. That man said absolutely not. I wish he had. Baby, I think he did come in your house. Ain't no reason y'all lying like this if he didn't come in your house. That man said, I wish he did, baby. It's a special place in hell for him. There is no way that you're doing all of this lying, trying to separate yourself from it if the man never came in your house for real. Stop it.
About the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk, no.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature?
No.
They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
Not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes, approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house on leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way?
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in?
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way?
Yes.
And then you pulled in?
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front?
Yes.
That can hydraulically go up and down?
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home. wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay, 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago, so he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
not a small.
He's a big
Right.
boy.
Bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Yes, AJ. You're a little shrimp.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back
it was
home-
upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin.
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
But you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't. No.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lang, about 7 a.m., is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lang for many years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house.
That's right. Yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor. Yes.
I want to know when he initially said she moved, because now they're trying to put her leave it at 1:32 a.m. I mean, at 2 a.m. Ryan, no lying ass, baby. They didn't really sit down and try to figure this shit out. I want to know what they initially said, because that's what I'm going to believe. I don't believe the rest of this.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences, let me know when you're finished.
Nana, you must have been in the bushes because I feel like this is you.
Yes.
And I agree.
Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No.
Y'all, now him and his wife. Do y'all see this? Now Nicole and Brian are saying the police officer took down the wrong time. They didn't say 12:30. They in fact said 2:00, which doesn't even sound like 12:30. Y'all, did y'all catch that? Both of them are saying that what that officer wrote down was wrong. Turtle Boy is another Sylvia. Yes, ma'am.
Did Nicole say in your presence?
Except he's a journalist, so he writes to Miss Sheila.
Caitlin left about 12:15.
She did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report, which you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes.
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way. Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No.
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
Because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified that you never saw him leave, correct?
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things.
Right.
But you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right.
Ground floor of the house.
Right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
And you never saw him?
You don't know.
I didn't physically see him leave, no.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes.
Nagel.
Yes. There were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
Who was that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no.
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
No, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that had been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It's left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Right.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay, so, fine, hypotheticals, let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact, Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a conversation.
Yes,
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
yes,
She was in earshot.
yes,
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, he did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not, no.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location.
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Blue, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Oh, he just took his ass over there. Why would you need to do that if you have nothing to hide?
I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness. correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jim McCabe's house during an interview with Jim McCabe?
Objection.
Y'all allow it.
No.
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Were you in her house when Jim McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jim McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
I just put this on Twitter. I don't know what the fuck these, oh shit. Dang it, I said 2 curse words. I don't know what these people are hiding, okay? But they are hiding something. You don't make up all these lies. You don't do all this, oh, I gotta be there when you get an interview. When this is a grown woman with a husband, she does not need you. You don't do all of this if you don't have something to hide. Something to hide, y'all. Like, you don't do all of this. And that is what's sketchy to me. And that's why I would have gave her a not guilty. Because, baby, they're too sketchy. They're lying. You lying about not knowing her. You really knew her. You acting like you didn't know John, but you really knew him. Like, they're hiding something. You don't do all of this if you're innocent. Look at, he doing too much lying. What you got to go over that woman's house in a blizzard? It was a blizzard. What you got to go over that lady's house for? No.
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there were some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Time out. India, you probably wanted to believe that she was guilty. I don't know if you watched the case first. So I'm not sure, because you couldn't have watched this case and you think she's guilty. It's too much reasonable doubt. And that's what's our 2 words? Y'all please tell the people that's new here. What if you are a juror? What do you have to be on a jury? Like, you have to be what? India, this is the reason I started watching this case, because people are going back, oh, she's guilty. She's give it up more. She's not guilty. And people go so hard. I needed to know what side was right, because I was tired of seeing them on my algorithm. Come on. Thank you, Alice. And Keisha said reasonable. So wait a minute, y'all can't reasonable people. Y'all see it coming in the chat. You have to be a reasonable person to be on a jury. And clearly there were some people that weren't reasonable, because there has been nothing that I have seen that points me to Karen. Maybe it'll come on down the line, but right now, and even if it comes, there's nothing definitive. I think it's going to be a 50-50, and that can't be. That cannot be. You've got to be a reasonable person, and reasonable people don't do all this damn lying. The way this man is lying on this stand, the way this man feels like, why wouldn't you put Colin in there? Baby, because if you ask me, Melanie, who came to your birthday dinner? Oh, it was me, my sister, my niece, my nephew, 1, 2, 3 of my friends. I don't have to lie about that, because there's nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide about that. Why are they trying to make sure Colin is not mentioned? So far, I don't know who else is going to say Colin wasn't there, but so far we've got him saying Colin wasn't there. We've got his wife, and their only excuse that, oh, well, he was gone by 12:15. So anybody that left before 12:15, we just didn't say they were in the home. Then we got his daughter. He told the police that girl left at 12:15, but all of a sudden now she left at 2. Now she left at 2 a.m. Which one? You don't do this type of lying unless you got something to hide. So, India, I don't know why you were on the defense's side. I mean, why you were on the prosecution side. but I definitely like, I like, maybe it was just being influenced by what people were saying, because as you sit through this, I'm like, you India, hell no, baby. It's not adding up. I'm adding 2 and 2 together, but I'm not getting 4. I'm sorry.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me. And then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab beer?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
Yeah, he was
What
still
drink
drinking.
did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night?
Ever. Including that night, specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes.
It's a German Shepherd named Chloe.
Yes. Mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No.
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
No, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay, but she did bark that night, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs knowing about, right?
Yes.
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
Well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking.
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
Except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not
Right.
mine.
Okay.
Do you stand by those?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
Yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2024.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
I mean, you look at him.
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022.
of 2022.
Just months after the incident we were discussing.
Well, after she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident we
Yes.
were discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years?
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
He cooking, baby.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
I don't allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
Yeah.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your
What the hell he mean hypothetically? No, he would be a stranger to that dog.
house. Where are, I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2 service that bedroom?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that photograph, graphic?
Yes.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right, but they're toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. Are they asked about the view?
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
We can take that down.
Like, how do you see
Where's your
this?
bed, or where was your bed inside that room as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't done that. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little,
Ooh, Brian, what was that?
maybe this far,
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
maybe this far.
Maybe.
Hey, Lex.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Hey, Lex. I don't know if I was off mute. Hey,
Not an
girl.
enormous amount of through traffic.
No,
Not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
no.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes,
Was Nicole in bed with you?
yes,
Had you taken any medication the night before?
no,
Were you on any sedatives,
no,
sleeping pills?
no,
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
no,
Were you wearing an eye mask?
no,
Were you wearing earplugs?
no.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked
Six,
police
y'all.
vehicles, a
6.
civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No,
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
no,
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
no,
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No,
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
no,
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No,
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
But
That's where
without
Matt
making no
was.
sound.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the
Closet.
closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is she's sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Judge, I don't know.
And your
How
explanation,
you say it was Judge?
and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes,
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
yes,
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
yes,
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens, how many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so, 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it.
It just makes no sense, y'all. It's just not adding up.
What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like, what, barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
yes,
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement.
I would love to move past this, but for those of you that are this your first time watching, are you guys catching on to the fact that they replaced the flooring in the freaking basement? Talking about a toilet flooded. Yeah, that's the word I'm gonna use. The toilet flooded. They replaced the freaking flooring in the basement. Are you guys? I don't know if y'all hearing this. This is too suspicious to not think that these people had something to hide. A police officer at that, he knows what to do. He knows what to do. He's investigated it. He knows what to do. Y'all, they replaced the freaking floors, man. Lisa, concrete, not hardwood.
A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes, not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark a video. Let me have just a moment. Yes.
Mr. Jackson, would you like to take the morning recess?
Y'all know that, like, I'm very well aware that, you know, if Karen did accidentally hit this man, she has to tell her attorneys that. Her attorneys will in turn go and try to find a story that will convince the jury that she didn't do it, create some reasonable doubt, and get her off, right? I'm very well aware of that, right? When I tell you their story is so goddamn good, and these people that are not helping their theory because they are lying so much. I mean, if Karen did do this, but I'm not even paying attention to Karen no more.